to talk about the hard issues with policing in LA County. And you can say really whatever you want to say. And we really discuss real issues here. The only thing is that we ask that everyone keep it professional. I know it's hard because emotions run high, but it's important because this is a forum for talking about policing and the effects of policing and the challenges of policing. And if we can't be civil with each other and professional, I just am worried where else will we have these conversations? I also want to just note that we have several law clerks, law students who are clerking for the ACLU in the audience. Sure nice to have you here, and I hope you'll engage in public comment. Okay, we need to call the roll.
I will now conduct the roll call. Chair Sean Kennedy,
Here.
Vice Chair Jermon R. Hicks,
Present.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Irma Haggins Cooper,
Here.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins,
She's not here. She's out of state.
excused. Commissioner James P. Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hans Johnson, absent. Chair Kennedy, we have a quorum. I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the consent calendar. Did everyone have a chance to review the June 20th minutes? If so, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Second?
Second.
All right. Do we need a vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. We apparently have to have a vote for the consent calendar.
I will now conduct the roll call vote. Chair Sean Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jermon R. Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Haggins Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused. Commissioner James P. Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson, absent. Chair Kennedy, the motion passes.
Thank you. Our next item on calendar is family impact remarks, and I believe we do have a family here to speak. Is that right?
Yes, we have two families.
I thought we had one, the Nunez family. No?
It looks like we do have one. The other family has not arrived.
Okay. So let's go ahead with that.
We'll have the Nunez family approach, please.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
128 days, Luna. It's been 128 days since we lost Francisco. 128. During your campaign, you said that you would eliminate deputy gangs, specifically at the East Los Angeles station. You also said, quote, "I will not only get rid of gangs within the sheriff's department, I will also change LASD's culture to ensure that gangs do not resurface in the future." You also said, "The reports are clear that the LA Sheriff's Department has a perpetual gang problem." Well, Luna, I'm here today, 128 days later, to let you know my 14-year-old nephew was shot twice a couple weeks ago by your deputy. 14 years old. Your deputy's from East Los Angeles Station. He's here today and alive by the grace of God. He's also a witness to what happened to Francisco. He's, a few weeks ago, He was shot twice by your deputies out of the East LA station, the exact same station that lead detective Sanchez, assigned to Francisco's case, comes from, who's also been identified as a member of Los Banditos gang and is currently in a lawsuit. My nephew pleaded that day, my nephew pleaded for an ambulance, and your deputies ignored him until the deputies felt they should finally call paramedics. Knowing that they had struck him twice, in the chest and in the leg, he lay there crying while they searched his pockets, and your deputies took a chain. Instead of calling paramedics, they took his chain. They made jokes, they laughed at him, and they said, I would have shot that MF too. We all know what MF refers to. Your Lancaster deputies continue to show up to my home, my parents' home. And yes, I have videos, and yes, I documented everything. They park right in front of my house. They park right in front of my mom's house. They flash their lights. You could hear them clearing the video saying, what do we do now? And yes, I have those videos also. This is where our taxpayer money is going to. Your deputies claim overtime, and they're standing in front of my house still stalking and still harassing me. At my local coffee shop, in my community, in my neighborhood, they know me by my name. I've never seen these deputies. Is it because they're telling me they're watching me, or that they know who I am now? Our Constitution needs no explanation. It speaks for itself. It's been in place and enforced for several hundreds of years now. It says what it means, and it means what it says. And for this department to allow, or let alone turn a blind eye at these deputy gangs who withhold people from their God-given rights. Francisco didn't take his life that day. That's not what happened. He's missed birthdays. I have a picture of his baby. He missed his first birthday. Francisco would never take his life to not be there. He missed my daughter's high school graduation, which we talked for months. Your deputies are trained and also take an oath, just like you did, to protect and serve the community within Los Angeles County, which I'm very familiar with. I've been praying for today, actually all week, for all these impacted families present, such as ours, and those that can't make it. And that God one day will touch your heart as a Christian man that you claim to be and do something about it. They're losing their loved ones. I lost Francisco to your deputy gang. I hope and pray that one day you'll say, let's work together, let's do the right thing, and let's show the residents of Los Angeles County that you mean business here, and your deputy gangs will be held accountable for all the horrific acts that they do behind that badge that you yourself are so proud to wear. And you show us that you're truly here to support our families and communities and listen, really listen to us. You will not excuse their behaviors that will impact our liberty and our God-given rights. Whenever we come up here and speak to you about deputy gangs, people refer to deputy gangs as, oh, just a few bad apples. Not all deputies are that. Here's the thing you fail to realize. One bad apple spoils the bunch. For example, farmers get rid of all their bad apples. Farmers don't defend the bad apples, nor do they give the bad apples awards, promotions to detectives, sergeants, or lieutenants. Farmers also don't allow bad apples to retire early with a full pension. What a good farmer does is he gets rid of all the bad apples and leaves the good ones. If the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department wants the trust, respect, and transparency from us, the residents, then you must earn it by showing us you actually care about their products, which is us, just like a farmer does. Until we see this change, it is perfectly okay for us to assume the whole barrel of apples is spoiled, and the farmer just doesn't care. In this case, the farmer is you, Luna. The last time I was here, you told me to be careful how I rang that bell, because the bell cannot be unrung. Well, I'm still standing here, ringing that bell even louder, because Francisco did not take his own life. Well, because Francisco did not take his own life, and we all know that, I'm going to continue to tell Francisco's story, protect Francisco's memory, and my family, regardless of what's done here. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your remarks, and I'm sorry that all you and your family have gone through. We're going to turn to reports, and Sheriff Luna is here. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your participation in this meeting. And because of the conflict, I'm going to take the sheriff's report first because I want to make sure, Sheriff, that you get to talk about everything you need to talk about and that we have some time for public comments while the sheriff is here. So I'm going to give you the floor, Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy, and good morning to everybody. And congratulations. I know this is your last meeting.
Yes.
You're going out kicking and screaming, but you've served the county well, and I appreciate your service on behalf of all the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to my report. It's asking me to describe several things. One is crime statistics for the entire county. And these numbers that I give you are through the 9th of July. It is, I still call it preliminary data because with crime stats, they adjust. Sometimes crime reports get taken, information later changes, so the classification may change. So please keep that in mind as I give you these numbers. But overall, from a department perspective, violent crimes show to be down 0.7%. That's again down 0.7%. Criminal homicide is down 12%. Rape is down 18%. Robbery, unfortunately, is up 11%, and aggravated assault is down a little over, it's 3.8%. And that total equals the number I gave you at the top. Regarding property crimes, property crime is up 3.4%. Let me say that again, 3.46%. And in those categories is burglary, which is up 6.2%. Theft, which is up 2.4%. Grand theft auto, which we've had a significant challenge throughout the county. And I'm very happy to report that the number is still right under 4%, but earlier in the year, we were seeing double-digit increases throughout the county with auto theft. And what we did with our new crime enforcement strategy, we really focused on auto theft. So those numbers or those efforts are really assisting a whole significant to lower that number. Arson is down. So property crime is again up 3.46%. And we continue to work hard because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that that is lowered as much as it can, because as I talk about these numbers, and I always say this, each number I say or talk about is actually a victim of a crime, a family, a person, and that absolutely matters. For future meetings on my list, it shows update on LASD activities and significant incidences. I'll probably talk to you guys off to the side to get more of an explanation of what that is, because when I look at the total picture and I'm just focused on the month of June and I look at everything that we're involved in as a sheriff's department, as an example, I'm looking at my numbers, and for the month of June, our deputies, between handling calls for service and self-initiated contacts, we have approximately 147,000 that we handled just for the month of June. You start calculating that throughout the year. That's a lot of contacts with a whole lot of people. And that's important to realize. So again, we'll get more, but I'm here to answer questions or concerns about anything you've heard. And I know in the meetings that we've had, the non-public meetings, that we talk about a better way of our department to keep this commission informed on high-profile incidences. And our team is working with your team to figure out how to best do that, so that you don't feel like you're out of the loop specifically on what you consider to be a significant incident. Because if I took a poll in here, everybody would probably rate that just a little bit different depending on their own specific interest. The second portion of this, and actually, before I move on, just to give you an example, in the beginning of July, although I'm primarily going to focus on June because it's from a statistical perspective, it's better for me to gather the information for an entire month. But in the beginning of June, we had a 2-day spurt of significant violence up in the city of Lancaster, where unfortunately we had 4 different incidences that involved 10 different victims. 4 of them, unfortunately, all of them are unfortunate, 4 homicides within that group. So we ended up as a department assisting with the city of Lancaster in deploying significant resources up to the Antelope Valley so that we could stop the violence that was occurring up there. And for the most part, as far as the gang violence that was occurring, we've done a good job collectively, I think, as a community, as a department, and as a city to at least slow it way down up there. And we will continue to do that. That happens, unfortunately, throughout the county, where we are trying to place different resources to make sure that we reduce the violence that's occurring out there. As I carry on, the second portion of my update is asking for update on deputy-involved shootings and in-custody deaths within the last 30 days. I could tell you that we had 2 deputy-involved shootings in the month of June, and we had 2 deputy-involved shootings in the month of July. And in the last 30 days, and these are all unfortunate incidences, we've also had 2 in-custody deaths in our jail system. I do want to add some information to that, though, just to give more context to the information that I am provided. So when I talk about deputy-involved shootings, I also want the commission to know that in the month of June, our deputies recovered 207 firearms from the streets. And just more specifically, out of I'm still trying to work some numbers to give you a better picture of how many arrests were made within all the folks that we recovered weapons from. I think that's a very important statistic to look at. And when we're talking about guns, you're going to see me become even more proactive than I've been in talking about trying to figure out a way to get guns off of the streets. It is completely unacceptable how many guns we're taking off the street on a month-to-month basis, and what our community's dealing with and what our deputies are facing on a day-to-day basis. Just the other day, there was a deputy-involved shooting as a result of the end of a pursuit. Several days later, there was another pursuit where a gentleman, a suspect, was in a car with a gun. He was waving it at the deputies. They ended up calling our Special Enforcement Bureau in. They surrounded the car with rescue vehicles. The suspect ends up shooting multiple times, hitting the armored rescue vehicles, and the deputies did not return fire. They ended up taking him safely into custody. But this is just one example of many incidences that we run across on a daily basis out there on the streets that our deputies are facing. So I talked about the totality of approximately how many calls for service, how many contacts that we're having. I talked about guns being taken off the street just in the month of June. And then the other thing that I did want to bring to your attention, because as we talk about inmate deaths, which every time I get a notification on those, it's like a kick in the stomach. You don't want to see any of them at all for any reason, no matter what they are. But I also want to give you kind of a little bit of a broader picture, just to give you some examples of what our deputies are dealing with on a daily basis. So in the month of June, total arrest for our department was 15,824. Out of those arrested, booked into our system was 4,668. So the daily average there of people being arrested into the county system is about 155. And when I looked at, just to compare, just 2023, the total arrests made for the year were 190,000, just a little over 190,000, 57,636 booked. If you look at the two averages, it appears that whether it's about 29 or 30% of the people being arrested are actually being booked. So it gives you an idea of how many people are going through our system at IRC and our different stations that are being booked, which is a tremendous amount of people. I'm just going to throw out one more number and then I'll pause for any questions. Back in 2019, as a comparison, we made 303,000 arrests that year and booked 103,839 people into our system. So you even see the comparison between 2019 and what they are today, even in 2024, as you average out the months. So when I tell you that our daily inmate population has dropped by approximately 14% over the last year and a half, 18 months, we are now averaging about 12,500 inmates per day. And that's an average. It could drop down 100, it could go up 100, but that seems to be our average. Even the days we counted after the 4th of July, which it usually increases over a holiday weekend, I think it went up to 12,600. But those just to give you a picture of the landscape of what's occurring within our system. I'll pause there and see if anybody has any questions.
Are there any commissioner questions? Well, we have Sheriff Luna here. Yes. Rob? Is your mic on, Rob? Just slide it across to the, what looks
All right,
like.
now is it on now?
Yes, it's
All
on.
right. So I'm just trying to understand the difference between the number of arrests made by deputies and the number that are booked. And so it seems like it's a relatively smaller percentage that end up getting booked into county jail. And is what accounts for that? Is that the no bail situation, or is that an arrest and then a citation? But I'm just trying to understand, as a practical matter, what accounts for that significant difference?
There's a combination of things, but primarily those are people that are being cited out for lower level crimes when they're able to be cited out, because there is a misnomer that for somebody with a misdemeanor crime these days to stay in custody, it's actually very difficult. Unless you committed a violent misdemeanor, you're there for a warrant, or you're remanded by a judge, you're usually not going to do much time in jail. You're going to get cited out. That's what a lot of that is accounting for.
And when you're cited out, does that generally mean that you're cited out from the, let's say, the patrol station where the deputies are assigned that made the arrest, as opposed to the intake center of the county jail?
In most cases, yes, but we do also cite out from IRC.
I'm wondering, you emphasize the importance of, and I think we would all agree with you, if to the extent you could do it, getting guns off the streets. But I'm wondering what actually can be done within, let's say, the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department to further that goal.
There's a lot of efforts that we're continuously attempting to try and see what's successful, looking at other programs across the country. You see several gun buyback programs, for example, that are taking place that are supported financially from different supervisors. I can think of Supervisor Hahn doing several of those more recently. We have units within the Sheriff's Department that will work with the state on strictly looking at prohibitive possessors to make sure that people that are not supposed to be carrying guns, they shouldn't be carrying guns. But unfortunately, what we see is our deputies out there on the streets being proactive, whether it's through traffic stops, subject stops, in progress crimes. For example, we get in pursuit of a stolen car. Sometimes the occupants will take off running and one or more of them are armed. And 99% of the time we take them safely into custody, but it depends on the actions of the suspect as well. So there's a lot of factors involved, but I can tell you this, we are very much focused on taking firearms off the street because they are causing a significant amount of damage in our communities. And I want to just point out that I want to say in the last week of June, the Surgeon General came out and had a report that talked about gun violence being one of the top health concerns in the United States, as it should be. So we are very focused on trying to get as many guns off the street as we can.
Irma?
Yes, I want to go back to Judge Bonner's question, arrest versus being booked. Because I know for minorities, especially Black and brown, they are overcharged. So I'm just wondering, because you didn't mention that, so I'm concerned about overcharging, instead of just booking for one thing, they may book for 10 things to keep them in jail. So can you look into that to see over what percentage overbooking plays in people being arrested versus booked?
We can work with the staff to kind of drill down on that question and figure out how we get there and do that. It is, I've heard that before. We've looked at that. I think the new program through the LA County Superior Court, PARP, that we've talked about in here, the pre-arraignment protocol prevents us, for example, no matter how many charges you put on somebody, you still have to articulate to a magistrate in order for somebody to stay in custody through their arraignment, that there is a cause to keep them there if they've committed certain crimes. So much more difficult to do that, but we can look at that information, absolutely.
Hans?
Yes, Sheriff, thank you for being here today, and thank you for being available to receive family impact remarks of the quality that were delivered this morning. I just want to thank you for your responsiveness about awareness and steps that can be taken to stop the flow of weapons of war onto our streets and to address not just the demand problem, but the supply problem. And I would just ask if you might also add to that list of programmatic efforts that you can do as a sheriff leading the agency, but also as a sheriff with with a megaphone of your own to use your voice. It would be helpful if policymakers heard from you about efforts to get firearms off our streets and out of the hands of improper possessors. It would be helpful if ordinary Angelenos and Californians heard the voice of a responsible veteran public safety officer, a respected leader with decades of service, such as yourself, to lead by example in that area where too few leaders in law enforcement use their voice when it matters, when policy issues are being deliberated at the state or local or even federal levels. So I just urge you to find ways for you and for your chain of command to use your voice and advocate when possible, so that people know that our local public safety officers care about stemming the flow of firearms into the hands of wrongdoers and to get the intimidating and maiming effect of firearms out of our communities wherever possible. We saw a horrific example even just this last weekend of the proliferation of assault weapons in our society. An estimated 1 out of 10 households in this country possesses an assault weapon, an AR-15 style weapon. And that will not come to an end. That will not be arrested, if you will, just by hoping and wishing. It will take advocacy and respected leaders such as yourself who've been on the wrong end of firearms and whose officers regularly are, have a responsibility to use your voices to help guide the discussion and ensure that people understand that public safety officers care about this and it's a priority to stop the flow of guns into our communities that are killing our families and intimidating free and fair exercise of our rights as Americans to be free from gun violence. I also just wanted to ask on a more programmatic point, if you believe that the commissioners and the commission could be alerted on a more proactive basis about in-custody deaths or about deputy-involved shootings. I think there is some frustration amongst commissioners, myself included, and commission staff about relying on the limited disclosure of in-custody deaths through the Inspector General. And I wanted to ask, in the spirit of transparency and in awareness and troubleshooting, that if you might consider making the commission aware of in-custody deaths and deputy-involved shootings on an ongoing basis.
Simple answer is yes. We got to figure out a way to get there. And our team's working on that now to figure how to make sure that all of you are getting the information that you need without breaking any confidentiality. And I think we can get there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of bring it back to the 2 deaths in the county jail and kind of piggyback on Commissioner Johnson's.
Is your
comment.
mic on, Luis?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I know for the in custody deaths that you reported, and we look at the numbers since January compared to last year, there seems to be a significant number of people dying in custody. And, I know the collaboration with Correctional Health Services is, I think, important to hear from them as well. I think in whatever can be disclosed about in custody deaths that relate to a person's, health, behavioral health, background. Because individuals coming into the jail, a lot of people come in with, chronic substance use, serious mental illness, and to what degree we get, a cause of death. I think it's important from an oversight perspective to see if, how can these deaths be reduced? And accountability from both, departments that are involved in the care of the people that are entering the jail. I'm hopeful that, as an oversight body, there's something that we can do in order to contribute to looking into and, examining those deaths. And I think, we hear about what's going on in the larger county, and there's a lot of issues going on in the county, but, we do have one of the largest jails in the nation, and these numbers continue to kind of hold steady. And it's not just been last year, it's been decades after decades.
Yeah, of course. We want to do everything we can to prevent deaths. We've had 16 so far this year. And by the way, this information's on our website. Anybody in the public can access this information. We've had 16. Last year in total, we had 45. Again, any one is a tragedy. And then just as a reminder, because you talk about this, that these are reviewed not in a vacuum whatsoever. We have an in-custody death review board, which it's not only the sheriff's department that sits there, the inspector general sits there, county council, the Department of Correctional Health Services. So it's a wide array of individuals, and a full report gets filed on each incident with the hope of really looking at it and finding ways of improvement, whether it's something that we did, something that was within our control or was not. Either way, the minute somebody goes in, I talked about how many people are being booked. The minute they come into our custody, it's my responsibility, and I'm not shying away from that.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to do 2 brief reports, and then we're going to move to public comment. So Charmaine?
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes.
can I mention one other thing, please?
Absolutely.
Because the issue of deputy gangs has come up a couple of times, and this may be repeat information for some, but I just want to reemphasize it for anybody, whether it's internal to the county or external, who thinks that we're not doing anything about this very significant issue that has plagued our department, our county, and the work that this commission has done. So again, I've made it very clear from the minute that I came on this department that any conduct consistent with 13670 of the penal code is not going to be tolerated whatsoever. We've made adjustments to our internal affairs process by training our investigators for more in-depth administrative and criminal investigations, which again, that's something that we're working through. Every investigation we do, every week that goes by, every month that goes by, we get better. I also want to remind everybody that for the first time, I initiated several deputy gang subgroup investigations. Some of these have led, and I think for reasons we've talked about before, I cannot speak publicly about the discipline that was issued, but I think a lot of people in here know it was significant. First time that employees have been disciplined for this specific gang penal code. As we are going through processes, promotional processes, for the first time ever, we're asking about affiliations with these groups and tattoos. That has never been done in the history of this department. We also now, for anybody who is coming on new, being hired with the sheriff's department, has to sign a form that says you will not, absolutely will not participate in this kind of activity. That started in January of this year. That's just kind of a quick synopsis, other than things like 2 captains at stations that have had the challenges that are very well documented, and the fact that we continue to work towards a policy that I think we're all frustrated about. But I feel today we're a lot closer today than we've been through the meet and confer process. I feel that our labor partners have been very willing to listen and work with us. There's some challenges because historically our department and the county have not had a very good reputation as far as training our employees. So I am trying to develop systems within the department that not only improve our systems, but improve our training. So as the dozens and dozens of policies that we are trying to bring forward, to modify, to get us into the 21st century, have to come with a training component. And I know we've been frustrated with them. We finally got our taser policy approved just recently. We're getting very close on the use of force, and I feel we're really close on the gang policy as well. So that is a quick overview and summary amongst many other things that we have been working on. So I didn't want that to linger out there that we're not doing anything about deputy gangs. That's absolutely false.
I appreciate that, Sheriff, and I appreciate the fact that we can expect that there'll be a policy that deputies will comply with Penal Code 13670 because they're required by state law to do so. But I'm not, this isn't a question, but I just want to remind you that every deputy gang out there, whether it's the banditos, executioners, regulators, every deputy gang started as a deputy clique with inappropriate and matching tattoos, calling themselves with names that suggest violence and excessive force. And if deputy cliques are not stamped out in the department, we'll see deputy gangs again, more than, perhaps more than exists today. It's always hard to know exactly what the current situation is, but it's been a historic problem with the sheriff's department. It goes back 50 years. And it's just time to say that you can no longer participate in those kinds of organizations, period. It's just a statement. You don't need to comment on it.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
I like that comment.
So Charmaine, you want to give the executive director's report before we turn to public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Kennedy. My name is Charmaine Mosley, and I'm the Executive Director for this commission. And before I begin my report, I wanted to say thank you to Chair Kennedy as he's stepping down from his role of chair. I've been here 8 months, and I want to thank him for his excellent leadership. It takes a lot of work to be chair of these types of commissions, to be able to maintain decorum and also balance. So thank you, Chair Kennedy, for your support and your leadership. So with that said, I'm going to begin my report. So since last month's meeting, staff and the commission have been very, very busy. Staff attended several community advisory committee meetings and town halls in Lancaster, Palmdale, Industry, Walnut, Diamond Bar. Also a community meeting, Florence Firestone, and Parks After Dark and more. Upcoming meetings include the Probation Oversight Commission's virtual town hall on July 25th at 1 p.m. regarding the School Resource Deputy Program. Commissioners should have received an email from both Bakila and myself that included documents from PLC's Executive Director Wendy Julian for feedback on the school resource complaint process. So it's not too late if you haven't already done so to go ahead and submit any feedback. Also, a few weeks ago, we held our first joint meeting with PLC on the SRD complaint process and the LASD complaint process. I believe that the meeting was a success. And it was held at a great location, which is Magic Johnson. Concerns were raised about LASD using findings such as should have been better and could have been better for LASD complaints. We were informed by the presenter that LASD is working with DOJ to change those findings. Also, our next joint meeting will be with Civil Brand Commission in September. We are looking at also September 12th for the date of that meeting, but we need to make sure that we have a quorum. That's going to be our first joint meeting with Civil Brand, so that's going to be really, really good. And also on July 25th, we will hold our first collaboration monthly meeting with the Probation Oversight Commission, Civil Brand Commission, and Inspector General's Office. So these meetings are so crucial in the work of civilian oversight and also collaboration and the sharing of information between all of us, which is in the Commission's strategic plan. We're going to revisit the strategic plan at our next meeting in September because we are dark in August. We are also working on developing the panel on law enforcement gangs for a session at the NACO conference in October. We have at least 6 commissioners and 2 staff that will be attending that conference. We are also working on the logistics and development of hosting our annual conference on civilian oversight of law enforcement, and that's going to be on November 8th over at Magic Johnson Recreation Center. So please save that date. This will be an opportunity to bring in different oversight entities in California, as well as our partners with various oversight entities, legal partners, community members, and also law enforcement to share information and experiences on how we can make improvements to civilian oversight here in Los Angeles. So please stay tuned for more information on that. We might also hold or coordinate a virtual mini conference in August or town hall. So please send me any topics we could use for a virtual mini conference or town hall. The next item is update on staffing. We are really holding steady at 5 active employees since 2 of our staff are on leave, and we are also filling 2 positions. We held interviews to fill the community specialist coordinator position and are close, we're very, very close to filling that position. So that's going to be huge as we increase our community engagement. I also want to thank Commissioner Garcia for sitting on our panel. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for helping us. We are also waiting on a requisition form from HR for the communications manager position. Once we receive that form, that requisition, we'll be able to start reviewing the applicants. And also, as far as staffing goes, we are trying to also get temporary staff. So those applications were submitted to HR. So we are making progress. It is small, but we are making progress as far as staffing up our office. The next item is internal commission operations. And so with that, I am continuing to work with county council staff regarding legal billing to the COC. I have also informed the executive officer of the county of the need for a line item for legal services, a budget line item, actually. And lastly, for internal operations, staff is working on the creation of a day-to-day operations manual, which will be able to, we can use as a resource when our office is undergoing these staffing transitions. So our deputy executive director is working on a complaint process for us as well. From what I'm told and from what I'm seeing, complaints that come into our office is sent directly to OIG, but the information that's on those complaints are not gathered. We can use that information to release statistics in our annual report. It is statistical information, so that's something that we should be gathering and submitting also in order to be transparent. Next item is county trainings. Lastly, commissioners must complete the county's mandatory trainings. The training on cybersecurity is overdue. Earlier this week, I was copied on emails to each of you regarding another training on your role as a disaster service worker. So the countdown for that is also ticking. I know Commissioner Cooper has been sending me emails also trying to figure it out. So I also asked my executive assistant, Starlet, to go ahead and work with the commissioners to set up some time to help y'all access the trainings. So trainings don't continue to pile up. How many of you have received the training emails? Perfect, thank you. We're going to follow up and we'll make sure that it happens. So Chair Kennedy, that completes my report.
Could I just ask a question, though? I mean, I appreciate that maybe the county has training requirements for commissioners, but could we get some relevant training? I mean, that's because that would be important to commissioners. I mean, that could include maybe a periodic ride-along with the deputy sheriffs and the like. I mean, but we ought to be getting relevant training. And I'd ask the executive director to give some thought to that. Obviously, there's a training program for any new commissioner. And eventually we will get a new commissioner, I think, although I have not heard a report on that. If you've got any update on that, let us know. But I just, training is important, and for us to keep current would be a valuable thing for things that are relevant to our oversight role.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. We'll look into the training for this commission and create an actual program in addition to what is being required by the county.
Thank you.
We're going to move to the chair's report, and then we're going to take the public comment. So yesterday, Charmaine and I addressed the Board of Supervisors Public Safety Cluster meeting, which is all the justice deputies. And I'm just going to, well, unfortunately, the sheriff had to go, but Holly, you're here, right? So you can pass on any remarks. I'll just repeat what we told the Board of Supervisors justice deputies. And that is that, we really can't engage. Some of us have been here from the beginning, JP, Rob, I guess Patty's not here. And I don't think that we can actually meet our mission of providing meaningful oversight of the department without access to information. I'm not sure what the problem is giving a ad hoc committee confidential documents, whether it be about internal investigations of deputy gangs or deputy involved shootings or whatever. The ad hoc committee needs to see that information to intelligently weigh in and make recommendations regarding policy. I know that there are laws about confidentiality, but we have sent the sheriff and the board of supervisors a letter with the court cases and the California Attorney General's opinion explaining that an ad hoc committee can receive confidential information. It is not subject to the Brown Act, and it can be done, and yet we continue in this stasis where we don't have a memorandum of understanding and we don't get the documents that we need. And I think it should be publicly acknowledged that this commission cannot engage in meaningful oversight without access to information. And 7 years seems like a long time for this problem to go unsolved. And then secondly, I just want to remark on my tenure as chair. I took over for Priscilla Ochen when she had to leave over 2.5 years ago, and I served 2 terms as chair, and I'm excited for new leadership of this commission. But during my tenure as chair, obviously I focused extensively with the ad hoc committee on deputy cliques and gangs on that issue. I did that for a reason. I believe that these groups are a real obstacle to achieving the 21st century policing that we want, because they create a gang culture of us versus them and the glorification of violence. And that's why it's so important to me. I am sorry to say that after all that time, 2.5 years, a central goal of having the department pass an anti-clique and gang policy has not been achieved. And whoever succeeds me as chair, I hope you will succeed where I failed, because it's just too important to everyone in this room and the people of LA County to allow this problem to continue without a policy which is the beginning of remedying it. The law that the sheriff referred to, Cal Penal Code 13670, went into effect on January 1st, 2022. And here we are at a meeting of the LA County Oversight Commission on July 18th, 2024, 2.5 years later. And Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, one of the biggest, if not the biggest sheriff department in the nation, doesn't have a policy complying with a law that's been in effect for 2.5 years. How is that okay? How can that be right? I mean, I know that there are legalities that must be observed, but there is no court opinion that I know of, and I have asked. No judge has enjoined the sheriff from passing a policy. This commission has repeatedly and unanimously urged the sheriff to pass our anti-clique and gang policy. And still, we don't have one. We are told the process is in meet and confer with the deputy unions, and so no policy can be passed. By the way, we're told the same thing regarding our subpoena power as we try to plan the next special hearing on deputy gangs, that our subpoena power is subject to meet and confer. So people will be able to, employees of the department will be able to, I guess, not comply with our subpoenas with impunity, or at least that's the claim. And I think it's time, Holly, for the sheriff to declare an impasse. We have had more than enough time for good faith negotiations with the unions about complying with the state law, Cal Penal Code 13670, prohibiting people from participating in a law enforcement gang and requiring this department to have a policy that it doesn't have. It's just been too much time. It makes no sense that the sheriff who ran, as was remarked, ran on an anti-deputy gang platform would still not have one this far into his tenure. And so I just urge the department to correct this. It is a real cancer within the department that these groups continue, and it just continues. We received information, within a short period of time about a completely inappropriate logo in the Norwalk station. And I just know there are more to come. In 2021, when my students and I studied this and published a report, we counted 18. And there are so many we missed, and so many that have come to light since 2021. And there are so many more that we don't know about. And it's just time to stop this and to pass a policy, reveal the information to the COC ad hoc committee so that we can move forward. The policy is just the beginning. We need to do so much more, but we can't do anything without a policy and without access to confidential information about what is going on with these groups. That said, I think we should turn to public comment.
Sean,
Yes.
I do just want to note that you have served this commission with great tenacity and with great integrity. And it is one reason why I made the choice to be on this commission, because of the example of persevering leadership and collaborative spirit towards problem solving that you have led on by example consistently during your tenure. And I want to thank you personally for that, but I also want to thank you for the strong example that you have set about bringing your skills as an academic and your skills as a professional, as a practitioner in the law, to this volunteer role. And it is such an inspiring example, not just to me and other commissioners, but to Angelenos. And it is a great example about how we can use our skills to solve really intractable problems like those, which I think you express our collective impatience, both yesterday before the supervisors and here again today. And I want to just note that the testimony of people who came here at great pain and painstaking planning to be here and make your voice heard again today from the Antelope Valley, I think all of us know that that is not an easy undertaking, both emotionally and logistically. But thank you for being here. And I just want to note that one of the manifestations of the deputy gang problem, it's not just about tattoos. It's not just about firearms and killing. It's about the ongoing pattern of retaliation that ensues even after deputy-involved violence, and the intimidating effect and the corrosive impacts of that on people's lives, their families, and communities. And to hear further evidence of that here today is so moving and profoundly frustrating. And I want to just note that at least from this commissioner, and I think echoing the impatience of the chair and of so many members expressed in so many meetings, we have to overcome this. We can overcome this, but it's going to take continued effort even after this exemplary chair has passed the torch to all of us. So thank you again, Sean.
Thank you. Let's take public comment.
Well, just before public comments, so I do want to also thank Chair Kennedy, Sean Kennedy, on behalf of myself as a commissioner, on behalf of the entire commission for his service as the chair. Most people don't realize really the enormous amount of time and effort that's required behind the scenes. It's not just a monthly meeting that he's chairing, but the leadership that he's given to this commission over the last couple of years has been extraordinary, and particularly the leadership in moving forward. By the way, nobody could listen to Chair Kennedy and not see that the frustration is palpable. But nonetheless, your leadership in getting us to a point where this commission, in any event, has made a series of extraordinarily important policy recommendations that will eradicate deputy clicks and gangs from the department if they're ever adopted, is that's phenomenal work, sir. So thank you. And I just wanted to express my thanks for your service. And I think I speak for all of us in that regard.
Thank you, Rob. Let's move to public comment.
Chair Kennedy, we have 2 people in person and 1 online. We'll call the first in person, Raquel Derfler.
Good morning. I'd like to start by saying Sheriff Luna's comments about he's working on those deputy gangs rings hollow. I will say just one name and leave it at that, Joe Mendoza. Cancel the contract is not here. We do not seek to be friends or allies of the Sheriff's Department. We are here to hold them accountable, including the Office of Constitutional Policing, to make sure that they aren't just checking boxes and coming here and giving PR. It's of grave concern to us that the sheriff has not read the most recent monitoring report for the settlement agreement in the Antelope Valley. We know this because he met with our group last Wednesday, though he was none too pleased to do that. You know, at a minimum, it should be that his staff or the Office of Constitutional Policing gives him like an executive summary of what's going on. I know there's a ton of settlement agreements, so we probably get lost in the shuffle, but you know, someone needs to tell him what's going on with that. So for him to not be provided with any details, that is definitely concerning. Lieutenant Rivers wanted to assure us that the next monitoring report is going to reflect his work and the progress that he has made. That may well be true, but once again, it's not acceptable that he did not read the last monitor's report. We did also ask about Deputy Ty Shelton and Deputy Kirk. Luna did not know what was going on with them. He did not know what was going on with 2 deputies that killed folks up in the Antelope Valley. So Captain Bartlett answered for him, who said they're gone. So we got word a couple of days ago that as far as Deputy Ty Shelton is concerned, that no, he's still with the department. So either Captain Bartlett looked at us and lied straight to our face, or he was using his semantics and meaning that they're gone, that they're not sitting at the Lancaster station, but hey, maybe they're on administrative leave. So like technically maybe that wasn't a lie because they weren't in the office. But either way, we need to know, are these deputies actually gone, or are they still, you know, going to be allowed to keep their jobs and roam our streets and kill, you know, our citizens over and over again? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment will be from Ron Dow.
Good morning, commissioners,
Morning.
particularly Commissioner Kennedy. Don't understate your leadership value to this commission and to the larger county community, including Compton. Your work has brought into focus issues that have simmered out of view for generations. And I certainly hope that I know you will continue the work because it's important. And if it wasn't for the work that you have done, a lot of things will go unreported unsaid, and unobserved. For example, statistics, crime statistics. What good are stats if they never generate initiatives to mitigate the underlying problems? Also, in places like Compton, where the station captain occasionally, very occasionally, gives various crime statistics on the temperature, I guess, in Compton, the city leaders there fail to interrogate or even question the value of this information. And I question the true value of such reports as they don't make me feel any safer. I like to know the extent to which people feel safer added to the crime statistic report. That means you'll have to ask people how they are feeling. It might be time to examine whether the National Incident-Based Incident Reporting System, also known as NEBRIS, may be of more value if used and implemented in LA County. Again, Commissioner Kennedy, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And we will now move to the virtual comment. We have Selena Coleman. Selena?
Mr. Kennedy, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work and what you do, especially for me and my family. And I say that genuinely because a few times I showed up to these meetings well before council to contract was even council to contract. And you pulled me to the side and you talked to me and let me know that I could tell you my story. We're going on 9 years. This is still impactful to my family. One time, one of the DMH nurses said that it's hard for her because they look at her as the county. Well, I've been working for the county for 24 years. And my daughter, she looks at me as the county. And that's the hardest thing for me, being her mother. Because she don't see me as her mom 95% of the time. I'm part of the problem when I'm not the problem. I can't be her foundation or her security because I work for the county. And I want to say the discrimination that is going on is not just in the sheriff's department. We got it in DPSS and DCFS and DMH and mental health. It's in the police in Antelope Valley. It's all of the departments. And as I continue to write letters and just attach different people to view what's going on within the county, I know we can do better as a whole. And I know we have done better since we started. But the reality is we need to talk about what's really going on in its entirety, right? We got to hold individuals accountable. We have county clause that will hold them accountable. And so our leadership should do better in appointing the people that are really going to do the job and not continue to get up in here and lie to our faces and to the community and to the public and to the commissions. And that should be some type of reprimand, because as a county employee, if I lied, I know I would definitely be reprimanded. You know, I'm getting AWOP'd and all kind of different things in my work environment. And I'm sure it has to do with my activism. And they're not going to shut me down, and I'm not going nowhere. And I'm going to continue to fight for LA County, even though I live in Kern County, because my family is in LA County. And we as a whole can do better. Thank you.
Chair Kennedy, we have two more virtual that have raised hands. The first one is Stephanie Luna. Stephanie? Stephanie, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to start off, honestly, thanking Sean Kennedy and showing my appreciation for the work that he's done within this commission. I think it goes without saying that your leadership while you've been here has been integral for setting the standard on what LASD accountability really looks like. You've heard testimony after testimony for months after months, weeks after weeks on, from both impacted families and community members. And you've done what you can to ensure that the department provides answers or at least gives details on what was being talked about. You've conducted a series of deputy gang hearings that have been integral to the process of holding deputies accountable and honestly just putting the focus on the issue of deputy gangs in general. Your work has sparked change, and most importantly, it's brought those hard conversations into the room where many of us might not have been able to do so. I've been going to those commission meetings for years, speaking about my nephew and what happened to him, along with detailing my own harassment. And while it hasn't been easy, I can definitely say that it's been worth it. A lot of the discussions that we've had there, we've seen change, even if it's been, one thing at a time, one foot in front of the other. We've seen small increments of change happening. And we know the fight against corruption within the sheriff's department is going to be long, but I think we're all here for it. Thank you, Sean, for your leadership and for displaying what it looks like to be, both an educator but also a fierce leader for change and accountability. Thank you for always pushing back against the department when all they wanted to do was hide. On behalf of, myself and my family, it is greatly appreciated, and I hope that whoever, is next in line to take your position, I honestly do hope that they're as fierce of a leader for change as you were. So thank you, Sean. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
The next online public comment is from Vanessa Perez. Vanessa? Vanessa, you're unmuted.
Hello.
We can hear you.
I just want to say real quick, thank you, Sean Kennedy, for getting to know Joseph's case and getting to know Joseph as well. And just to piggyback on what Stephanie Luna did say, thank you for everything. That's it.
Thank you. Is that it, Tracy?
No further public comments. Back to you, Chair Kennedy.
I appreciate the kind words, but it's really this commission as a whole that has made any progress that we've done to date. And so the next agenda item is a series of reports from agencies and ad hoc committees, which are the lifeblood of this commission. So the Office of Inspector General, I know, has been very busy the past couple of weeks. Anything you want to highlight?
Yes, we just issued a report on 1421 and the county council's division known as the Police Officer Records Division. They are not fully up and running yet, which means that the ordinance that was drafted to ensure transparency with regard to records covered by Senate Bill 1421 and then a subsequent bill, Senate Bill 16, to make sure that the public has access to those records. And until the unit is fully funded and staffed, that unit will only assist the sheriff's department with producing those records, but will not take over the production of those records pursuant to Public Records Act requests. That report is on our website. It does also cover the probation department. The same holds true of the probation department. Just mentioning that because our report indicates that as well. I know that there's a presentation on Pria today. Our office will be responding to the Sheriff's Department's report on Pria. As many of you are aware, there were 4 stations, jails where we conducted Pria inspections, but obviously those are short-term stays. And so the real impact of Pria is on jails where, essentially jails and prisons, because our facilities house both people awaiting trial and those convicted of crimes that require a jail sentence and crimes that require a local prison sentence. And so we don't, no audits of the main jail facilities have been done. So our report will focus on the sheriff's department's report as well as sort of the recommendations that we think need to be implemented to really move to the point where our jails are compliant with the letter and spirit of the Pria law. And for those of you who may not know, Pria stands for Prison Rape Elimination Act. As previously mentioned by Sheriff Luna, the department did issue a TASER policy. Our quarterly reports are to comment on that TASER policy. We recently got it, so we're in the process of preparing this quarter's report for the second quarter of this year. So it will likely be in the third quarter of this year that we comment on what recommendations that we made that were included in that policy and what recommendations were not included. As many of you are aware, the sheriff's department does share their policies with us. We comment on those, but then after we comment, we don't engage in a dialogue with the department. They don't ask to engage in a dialogue with regard to our comments and why or why not they incorporate some recommendations and not other recommendations. So, but we do have that TASER policy. And then, as I mentioned, the quarterly report, we're in the process of preparing that. And I believe that will be on the agenda in September and should be released in the next month or so. And if no one has any questions, obviously, I, applaud your work, Sean, and couldn't agree with you more about the impasse and other statements, as you are aware. But I leave that this is a COC meeting and not an Inspector General meeting, so I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Dara. Do we have anyone from the Civil Brand Commission here? We would love to hear how it's going. We have some young people in the audience who might be here for the first time. So if you could explain what the SBC does, it would be great.
Be happy to. Ray Regalado, chairperson from the Civil Brand Commission. Let me start off by that brief explanation as to what we do and how we do it. We are asked to go and visit all the jail facilities that are under the responsibility of the Sheriff's Department. We do this by showing up, knocking on their door and saying, "We're here, let us in." So we have the ability to go in at any time, on any day, at any hour of the day, and we come in and we do our inspections. We do them during the independently. We're not required to have any touring or places that they show us. We ask to be to look at different aspects, and we are, I feel, very good at being able to spot conditions that need to be corrected, and we submit our reports. During our meetings, we talk about our reports, and we look to see how we might be able to hopefully create the environment that we work proactively in identifying situations that can be corrected and hopefully not repeated. So with that, what I'd like to do is that fortunately or unfortunately, our meeting was scheduled for July 4th, so we decided to go dark for this month. But the work does not stop. We are still conducting our inspections, and we conduct them. Every one of us is obligated to be able to do that, and we do our inspections. I want to highlight two items that have developed and that I really look forward in participating in. The partnership with the COC in having further conversations about how we can partner together so that we can actually make sure that we are working in concert, in partnership, so that we can very much make sure that if we see something, we say something, and we hope that it is corrected so that we don't see it again. That's the important thing. So we're going to be coming up with this meeting that we're going to be coming in September. Really looking forward to it. We're working in conjunction with the COC to do this. But something came up in my mind as I was hearing about the in custody deaths that occur. We're in a jail facility and we see things all the time, but I'm wondering if by our inspections, we might be missing something so that we could maybe look for key items that will identify potential issues that would harm the incarcerated. And when we're talking about, as Sheriff Luna had mentioned, that there were 2 deaths within the jail system recently, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to see some of the details about those from our perspective, so that when we're out in a jail facility and we can key in on looking at whatever might have occurred and look for some of these key items so that we can maybe prevent or help look toward these things not happening in the future. So I'm kind of wondering if there is something that we can work again in concert so that when we do our work, we do it with another level of scrutiny so that we can bring necessary things to the attention of the people responsible within our jail system. I want to remind you that last month, Vice Chair Miller identified the fact that when he did an inspection, they identified and saw a noose in one of the cells. That was reported. There has been follow-up on that from the Board of Supervisors, and we're working on looking at things like that. So these are the things that I think are really important that help us do our job more effectively, the continued communication and the ability to discuss these things with our partners in oversight, like the COC, like the OIG, and others, so that we can do our job better and in turn serve our Los Angeles community better. With that, I'll leave it since we don't have much to report and this time around. But the work goes on, and we truly appreciate the work that you all do. And I truly want to be able to pull that connection even closer together to work with all aspects of this county community when we're talking about the incarcerated. And hopefully we do it better as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate the chair of the SBC taking time to update us on what's going on, and we strongly support collaborating with your commission to help solve the problem.
Thank you.
Could I ask?
Could I also?
Absolutely.
Well, go ahead.
Go. That's a question.
Yeah, this is just a question, but
Sure.
does the SBC, does it have access to the review board reports that are made after each in custody death? I mean, do you have access and do you review them?
I am not aware that we do. I have not seen any in my capacity as chair. So that's a question that I would like to.
So let me ask the executive director, does the Civilian Oversight Commission have access to and an ability to review the review board's report of in custody deaths?
Short answer, no.
And how would we get that?
I can go ahead and try to make a request. I know that recently I've been trying to get more information to this commission regarding the notifications that we receive from OIG's office as well as LASD. So I'll go ahead and make a request and see how we can.
Yeah, let's get the request in, because this is, I mean, it's one thing to just look at data, numbers of in custody deaths, but unless you actually have a more granular look at, well, what was it? It could be just, old age or something, I mean, some sort of a physical condition. People do, pass away and all of that, but there could be other things that are more systemic to the the jail operation and the like that could be improved. But there's no way we're ever going to be able to know that without access to the review board's report. So let's request that we get that from the sheriff's department. And or there, I mean, there are multiple agencies involved, as the sheriff said. It's not just the sheriff's department. It's Department of Health Correctional Health Services, the IG's on that. Apparently the IG has that report. Would the IG share that with us? You get the reports, don't you?
We prefer for you to get confidential information directly from the sheriff's department because of the history of, at one point in time, Max was under criminal investigation, and it's obviously a better practice for the commission to get confidential information. That's the sheriff's department information directly from the sheriff's department. And I will say that, a lot of this involves things other than just simply employees of the sheriff's department, right? There's obviously citizens involved. And so.
They're incarcerated persons involved
Correct.
that are residents of Los Angeles County that are involved. And then there are deputies involved that respond to it and so on. So I appreciate your comment, but if you would tell Mr. Huntsman, I would not only like this requested from the sheriff's department, but also from the IG. And I'd like the IG to tell us why, and he's not here today, Mr. Huntsman, but why we can't get it directly from the IG with an appropriate confidentiality, non-disclosure assurance by the appropriate ad hoc committee. Yes, Charmaine.
Commissioner Bonner, what we do receive from LASD, and this has been recently, we've been receiving a preliminary report, it seems like, and it has more details. It has a narrative in that report, and I have requested, to see if I can share it with the commission, and I was told that it was confidential. So we will continue. Because what y'all do receive in the notifications is very much basic, and it's what's already on the website.
JP, you had a question for?
No, not so much a question. I'm just finding this whole conversation just incredible for obvious reasons. I mean, how an oversight body can do oversight when we can't get any information is, I don't know. But I do have just on the same line, I'm looking at the in custody deaths and then reporting. I would hope we could revamp at least this. This is pretty rudimentary. This doesn't anywhere near approach the type of detail that Mr. Bonner and I would like to see. I think all this commissioners would like to see. However, if we could put in here the facility where the person was housed that passed away, because now it says like on the last one that there was a death on 1/6/24 is LA County. Well, that's good to know. We've probably figured that much. Facility, LA General Medical Center. Well, that's where they died, but where were they housed? And then it has location, emergency department. Well, okay, that's really not responsive to what I think the public wants to know. Now, some of them do have, if they happen to have passed away at the facility and weren't transported to LAGH, then it'll say Twin Towers or MCJ. But for 5 of these, it appears as if they died at LAGH. Now, they could have been at LCMC. We understand that, and that could be noted too, that they were at LCMC when they passed away. But we just need a little more information as to what facilities. I think would help Civil Brand Commission too on just where are the problems occurring? Where are people passing away? I mean, Mr. Bonner's right. Some of these folks are, well, they're not of advanced age from my point of view, but for some people they may be of advanced age. Some of these things are understandable, but some of them need more information. So if they could look at that, maybe there's a way we could massage that report a little better so we could better understand where these people are passing away from whatever the circumstances are. But I share the executive director's issues that we absolutely need more information. And it has to be information that she can pass on to us. It's nice that she has all this information exploding in her head, but if she can't share it with the rest of us, it really doesn't do anybody any good. So, and a comment.
So, Dara, can I just say, like, I respectfully disagree that it would be better for us to get confidential information from the sheriff's department because the sheriff's department suffers, in my opinion, from an inherent conflict of interest in giving us the documents. They are often seeking to, not reveal information that might speak to misconduct or policy determinations that we have to weigh in on. When I go to Max or you with a request for information and you tell me that by law it can't be given to me, I trust that answer a lot more because you don't have a conflict of interest. So I think it's natural that this commission would want to go to its inspector general for the documents because we trust the inspector general based on his long track record of being independent and rigorous and research-based to actually let us see as many documents as the law allows us to see. And frankly, we don't trust, or I'll just speak for myself, I don't trust the department to do the same. That's why we keep knocking on your door, asking for the information. And I do understand the concerns about, threats to prosecute the inspector general. But I think those threats have really been discredited and that there's no real threat, although, I could be wrong. And so I do respect that. But I just wanted to pass on that information that it's actually a compliment to you and your office, because when you tell me I can't have it under the law, that for me really means something. Whereas the department tells me I can't ever have anything under the law. And then when you look into it, it doesn't withstand legal research.
And I certainly understand your point. Obviously, we get most of our information from the department, but to be fair, we are present at death review. And so that is a significant advantage for us, is that we get to be in the room for death review, for discipline and things of that nature. So obviously we have our own documentation relating to that. But I would like to point out that, currently there is someone who was with the sheriff's department, was briefly with the Office of Inspector General, and then with the DA's office, who is being prosecuted by the Attorney General of the state of California. Now, I don't know the facts of that case, but what I do know is that originally that same individual was investigated by the sheriff's department under Alex Villanueva. And so I think that the specter of that certainly still raises concerns for people in the office of the inspector general.
And us all.
Right, and us all.
Right.
So anyway, with that being said, I think that what is important in this entire analysis is that county council weigh in, and that I agree with you, like you need a memorandum of agreement or understanding whatever, right? There needs to be a system by which ad hoc members can receive confidential information, and that we can ensure that there are no Brown Act violations. And I think if that system is set up and county council weighs in and says, no problem, and as you are very aware, there have been many times that Max has asked county council to share information with the, lesser than the full complement of commissioners at the COC, and that the inspector general has shared that information. But, with death review and the documents produced by that, which that's who investigates in custody deaths in facilities, the sheriff's department does consider that highly confidential. Everybody at the meeting needs to sign in. They limit who can go to the meetings. And so we are just cognizant of the fact that we don't want to be the one who provides confidential information, and that, in doing so, we essentially risk, criminal prosecution or
You don't want to be the one who provides confidential information to the oversight body that directly oversees the department.
Well, we still get back to the original point, which is that these documents are with the sheriff's department and we get them from the sheriff's department. So for instance, if you got them from the sheriff's department, I don't think it would be a problem for us to review what you have and review what we have and say, you know what? you don't have everything we have, right? That would be a very simple ask, and I don't think we'd be really revealing any confidential information to say, you have documents ABC, and we have ABC and DEF, right? That wouldn't be a problem. So if it's an issue of concern that the sheriff's department is not providing all the documentation, that I think is a fairly easy thing to resolve, right? But like I said, we've consistently said that we want a county council opinion, that we can give you something. And so, let's not forget that we are involved in litigation with the sheriff's department, and that we just have to be cognizant of that. We need everything in place to make sure that as we move forward, that we have all the tools that we need to ensure that the sheriff's department reforms. And we don't want to take the tool analogy further. We don't want to throw a wrench in the works and put ourselves in a position where someone is going after us, when in fact this information is sheriff's department information and should be, if it's going to be shared, should be shared directly from the sheriff's department, albeit with input from the inspector general, to ensure that the sheriff's department is being forthright.
I would just note that the sheriff was here today and responded affirmatively to the request for more plain spoken information from the sheriff's department to this body and to other bodies that may be interested and have relevant oversight authority. So I'm going to take the word of the sheriff on this and hope that we can make continued progress in getting some daylight onto the operations and the information gathered by the sheriff's department. And I'm impatient, and I would admonish the OIG's representative over the invocation of a case that is weak and may be intended to send exactly the kind of chilling effect that was articulated by the OIG's representative here today. I'm going to go by the word of the sheriff himself that there is an interest in providing some sunlight and information for duly appointed oversight authorities to do our jobs. And I want to thank Commission Chair Ray Regalado for being here today, and for your volunteer service for continuing to provide this kind of sunlight on the operations and in the health and safety conditions in our lockups, because your work is continuing to provide some of that information through direct direct evidence and through report gathering. And on that point, I do just want to follow up about a disturbing set of circumstances that Vice Chair Miller and that you, as chair of the Civil Brand Commission, shared with commissioners at the meeting last month and prior. And I want to ask, have you had any follow-up about the disturbing evidence of jail personnel watching porn and not attending to the life or death situation that was unfolding in their unit, and in the disrespectful and neglectful treatment of oversight authorities when you came upon them watching videos on the job and not attending to the urgent circumstances unfolding under their direct supervision while they were on the clock?
The short answer, no. However, I think the longer term answer is the fact that the report was heard. The report was enough to draw attention to the fact that there was something that did not connect, that should have connected. When I say that there was an activity that was going on during a time where someone could have been injured or worse. And that is through the board motion that we are currently looking at today, and we're working on together with the COC. So maybe we haven't heard anything in direct line as to what happened from our report directly from the Sheriff's Department. However, I'm happy that we are getting a reaction from the Board of Supervisors so that further work, in this area is maybe bringing to light the fact that we need more oversight within our holding facilities, within our jail facilities, within the work of the Sheriff's Department. And as we move forward, we're gaining that bit of light. And as time goes on, that light is shining brighter and brighter. So I hope that answers the question. I am confident that the work that we all do is allowing this to occur. And I'll tell you, we have some very dedicated commissioners who are out there doing this work daily, if I can put it that way, you know, in our spare time, because many of our commissioners have full-time jobs. So they're doing this in addition to their full-time jobs, reporting on it and continuing the work that I think is really important.
Chair Kennedy, if I could, get back to the earlier point that Commissioner Johnson was making, and it just to say where we are right now in terms of access to confidential information. I don't want to put words in the sheriff's mouth, Holly, but my understanding is from our conversations and what he said here publicly is that the sheriff's position is that he's perfectly okay with sharing confidential information and documents with the commissioners that are on the relevant ad hoc committee making the request, you know, provided that those commissioners sign a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement. There are two provisos to this. One is provided county council says that he can legally do so. And I don't know where county council is on that. But if they say no, then it's county council will block it because he's not going to take action that county council says is a violation of state law. And then the other, if we could get past that, if county council actually said, yeah, it's okay to do it, sign the MOU. I believe the sheriff also is of a view, I'm not sure whether it's correct or not, but that would require a meet and confer process with ALADS and PAPOA, the unions. So I just say that that's the current status of things as I understand it. And I just wanted to maybe make a record on that so we're all on the same page.
It's a good point, Rob, and we have county council here. So do you have the answer to Rob's question?
Good morning. I think you all have the latest update, which is the documents you referred to, Sean, yesterday in the CAR meeting. We're told we're going to go to the unions, but our office and presented those to the Office of Constitutional Policing through the Sheriff's Department. And our last update was that those documents would go to the unions. So
You agree with the construct that a MOU and confidentiality agreements would not violate the Brown Act, and all that remains is the years-long meet and confer with the unions.
yes, the way it was set up was to allow the information to go to ad hoc committees.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
If I can just say one last thing, and as I leave.
Did I just hear that county council has indicated, given the green light to go forward with this? Did I hear that correctly? Oh,
Both sides have worked on the document and that document was presented, and the last update was that it was going to go to the unions. So we are not working on it anymore.
okay.
My name is Amara, like camera, Kirby.
That sounds, Rob, that's good.
That's progress. All right.
So I just want to end by saying, myself, representing the Civil Brand Commission, we recognize the fact that there is appropriate information that needs to come our way, and there's appropriate information that you all need in yours. All I'm asking for is the ability to understand or know where some of these incidents occur, so that perhaps maybe in follow-up inspections, we can go to those locations. We can maybe take a look at a little bit deeper as to what we might find there. So I'm not asking for stuff that we do not need to have. I'm just asking for the information that will help us do our job better.
Has the lack of such information or the lack of ability to recognize patterns trammeled the work of SBC in the past, and in any way that you in your experience or Vice Chair Miller might have noted. Is there any barrier or obstacle that you're aware of from the absence of such reporting and the ability or the value in seeing connections between incidents that you think that comes to mind in this instance?
Um, I can't say that we are not picking up on items that need to be talked about, need to be shared. But I would like to kind of fall back on the fact that we know what we know. And if we are not given information that might help us do our work a little better, we are not given the opportunity to maybe share and talk to each other in a capacity like this or offline or whatever. Maybe we are missing something, but I'm going to tell you just from my experience, and I hear it from some of the other commissioners, when we go out, we do pick up on patterns. They may not be as earth-shattering as, injury and death, but it definitely comes back to the fact that we have conditions in our jail system that should be corrected that might minimize the need for interaction and perhaps maybe that interaction that might cause problems between the incarcerated and those people that are watching over them. And I would like to say that sometimes those patterns do make a difference in the health and welfare of those people that are being housed there, so that when we see maybe deficiencies in responding to mental health issues or health issues and things like that, we do find those things and we do bring them, out and we talk about them. And hopefully when we submit our reports, there is action behind it. The only thing that I probably would say is that the follow-up to see if things are corrected probably could be a little bit better in that respect.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Regalado. I wanted to thank you for your presentation and overview. When I look at the SBC, I think back to my early conversations with Emeritus Commissioner Eleanor Montano over
I
20
know her
years
very
ago.
well.
20 years ago, I used to talk to her about her role in the inspections. And if anybody here in the room can recall where we're at 20 years ago, as an advisory board, this commission and SPC, we advise to the board and to other people, or other people hear, your reports, they hear our reports. And, like what I heard you say, if you see something, if you say something, to have it corrected. I think right now this opportunity to partner with the SBC to inform the sheriff's department as an oversight body is going to put, justice deputies in or have a clearer picture of what's been going on. And I've been in on the calls with your commissioners, with some of your commissioners, and heard, custody here, custody officials, leadership here, the concerns and seek to resolve. And I want to really recognize that, these patterns have been going on for decades. And I want to bring up just a really short story. Through my affiliation with an organization called the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, one of my friends, 4 days prior to the COVID lockdown, he had a psychotic break, and he was arrested by LAPD, taken to in custody, taken to IRC, and if he would have been arrested 4 days later, he would have been released on his misdemeanor counts. He was beat to death in the module by his cellmates. I don't know what the investigation is. I haven't followed up, but I know that something happened there. And his story is, one of many in many. And I think back to my early experiences in the county jail in 1986 and through the 90s, the deaths are going to continue. And so I think right now, and maybe I'm just too much of an optimist, but where we're at now in LA County with the oversight, my hope is that, we can continue to partner to bring to light some of these conditions and some of the corrections, I think, that are being made, albeit at a slow process, but I really am encouraged, so really thank you again for coming in and presenting. Thank you.
Thank you. The hour is getting late, so can we, are there any ad hoc reports? And then we'll do public comment, and then we'll take a 15-minute break. Any ad hoc?
Well, I have, we'll leave the deputy gang to after the break. I mean, we were going to reissue a subpoena for Max Fernandez, but let me bypass that. The disciplinary process committee is continuing to solicit and get information from interested parties and subject matter experts. And in fact, we're hopeful and optimistic that we're going to have some presentation and a Q&A with ALADS at our next meeting. I don't know whether that's been set yet, but we're looking toward the end of July. Noon. Okay, geez, nodding. So that's moving forward, and we're starting the process of drafting the report and recommendations with respect to the disciplinary process, particularly where it is failing. Secondly, on governance, I just want to share with the entire commission and as part of the public hearing that we, as part of that ad hoc committee, we are discussing revisions and improvements in the charter that set up the Civilian Oversight Commission back 8 years ago in 2016. A lot of course, has happened since the original charter for this commission, not including, of course, the passage of Measure R, the legislature's passage of AB 1185 and the like, and so we're looking to essentially improve the charter so that the commission is more effective in its oversight role. So I just wanted to. We're not there yet. We're still taking information. Certainly, anyone that has some ideas as to how the charter should be revised, I'd be happy to receive them, or Nunez, who's a staff member here on that, or Charmaine, our executive director. But I just wanted to let you know that the goal here is to make the Civilian Oversight Commission more effective in the oversight role. And I think that's something that almost all of us can agree is desirable.
Absolutely.
Including, by the way, such things as access to information. That will be included in I believe, in our proposed amendments to the 3.79, Chapter 3.79, which is the charter for the Civilian Oversight Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my reports.
Thanks for all your hard work on that issue, Rob. Anyone else, or can we move to Luis?
Yeah, I have two. With the interview panel, the position nominee is still pending placement on the board's agenda for appointment by the executive officer. And on the quality of life ad hoc, we had a meeting recently with Captain Diedrich, who provided a very detailed and thorough presentation on the homeless outreach services team.
Okay, let's move to public comment.
We have two public comments on this item. The first public comment speaker we have is Ron Dow.
I can't say enough about the lack of utility of Part 1 and Part 2 crime reports. They may be a benefit to some, but have no practical value for me as a stakeholder in Compton. I challenge anyone, particularly the leadership in Compton, to explain the value this information to residents. We like to see in Compton, we like to see each department in Compton, including the LASD, which takes up over a third of the general fund budget, performance measured against specific community-generated outcomes which show and have value to them. In other words, we need information that demonstrates the value of the city's $27 million investment that goes beyond crime rate data. I'm from an era of zero-based budgeting, which means that each year you had to justify your existence and show your value to the organization. And the time is long overdue for places like Compton in particular to do just that. And along those lines, I heard some discussion earlier about the two captain solution. And I think originally Compton may have been part of that discussion, but somehow it's been dropped from it. So I want to know, where is Compton's second captain?
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Berkeley Donovan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Berkeley Donovan. I work for the ACLU of Southern California as the jails conditions advocate, also going inside each of the facilities to monitor conditions and identify things that are in non-compliance. And I just really want to share that I'm excited and encouraged by the COC and SBC collaboration moving forward. And I really encourage both commissions to hold LASD accountable to what the issues that you raise in these meetings. I think they're really important, what you do raise, and it's important that they also respond. And so I encourage LASD, who is typically present at all of these meetings, to provide substantial responses to what's being brought up, because the public deserves to know and the commissions are doing a great job raising these issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more in person, and then we also have online. The next in person is Chuck Kabir, and last name is Gill.
Hi, my name is Subpoena Gill. I'm an independent journalist. My question is for the Inspector General. Why would the Inspector General not provide the confidential information when sheriffs have a conflict of interest sharing the info? We don't trust them. That's why we're here. Why would the Inspector General face litigation from providing the info when the Oversight Commission oversees both and should have access to the information regardless? Seems like the OIG is complicit with the sheriffs and not the Oversight Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Christopher Ng. Christopher?
Hi, Christopher Egan from the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, and I'm here on behalf of our dentists that work at Correctional Health Services at the jails to present a petition that they have. And the petition is humane dental care and dental staffing at Correctional Health Services jails. It reads, we, the dentists at Correctional Health Services in Los Angeles County, demand that there's enough staffing to reduce the backlog of cases. We demand fair treatment in the jail bonus, just as psychiatrists, pharmacists, and physicians and other healthcare providers. There are only 8 dentists to treat over 13,000 patients, which is one dentist per more than 1,600 patients at the jails. We are the only department of correctional health services that perform surgeries on a daily basis under difficult situations. We are not meeting the standards that were created in the Perez versus Kate case for dental care for inmates of one dentist for 600 patients at the state prisons. Dental staff is getting paid 14.5% less than other healthcare providers at the jails. We demand that the county look into this and fix the situation. The Perez case settlement gives guidelines on humane dental care and solutions for the state prisons, yet this is not being followed at the county. and we demand that this be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have online Michelle Infante, the final speaker. Michelle Infante?
That it?
Oh, Michelle Infante?
Yes, good morning. My name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. It seems like some of you may have forgotten that we brought you the data regarding the deaths inside Twin Towers, MCJ Pitches, and Linwood, the women's facility. We brought you all that information. I worked with Miss Helen Jones with her case, was the primary case that we brought in 58 cases following that. And then UCLA, Dr. Keel and Dr. Shapiro did hundreds of cases and 3 different case studies within a 3-year period to let you know exactly the age, the mental health, and the pretrial that all those deaths had in common. I'm surprised that you guys got on there and said that you didn't have that information and you're requesting it from LASD. That work has been done and you have data to share and to look at, but you're still sitting around waiting 7 years later, waiting for the sheriff's department to give you that information. I spent the last 10 years going to funerals and working with families for years with the same family to bring that data forward and bring it to our public and the commission. And we did, and how quickly the commission has forgotten about that. The sheriff's department has done nothing to bring you that data. In fact, they don't tell you that a woman died almost 2 months ago, back in April. They don't tell you that. And you have to request from LASD constantly to let you know and let the public know who has died. We brought you that work and you guys have forgotten about it, and you're still sitting back asking the sheriff's department to bring you that information. My suggestion to the commission is to go and look at that data. There's hundreds of cases involved there, and it gives you the information that you just requested from the sheriff's department. It tells you that most of them were pre-trial. Most of them had mental health disabilities, and the age was between 27 and 35. Not old people dying because they're in jail. So let me know when you receive the same information from LASD, because you're wasting time. We gave you that data. Go to that data and check it out.
Thank you.
There are no further public comments.
So we're going to take a break. We'll resume at 11:30. Meeting.
You'll be getting a couple more of those in the mail. I'll take it.
Did they have enough people to give info?
It's more about, you're an expert. You're like a good sport about math. Never like get upset about it.
Waiting for funds.
Deputy county company. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting because we have an important presentation regarding the Pria status in the LA County jails. And our presentation is going to be started by a member of the department. Now we're going to hear from John Barkley, Assistant Director of Pria Coordinator in the Sheriff's Department. And then we'll open it up for discussion after Mr. Barkley gives us his presentation. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. The screen before you will be some slides that I have to share, but what I'm going to be talking about is our report back. We were asked, you can go ahead, next slide's fine. Just to give you a little background, before I came in 2019, there was a Board of Supervisors report that was done in 2018, but in 2024, the board directed Sheriff's Department to ensure all facilities that hold incarcerated adults are Prison Rape Elimination Act. You'll commonly hear us refer to that as PRIA, and compliant with the standards and training, and then we're reporting back to the board in writing. And so on June the 12th from the Sheriff's Department, we gave a summary of where we are. And I want to just kind of, next slide, please. I'm going to go over very summary in this 15 minutes. I'll be cognizant of my time because I get to talking about PRIA and I can go on and on and on. So I'll watch my clock. Give you a little background. 45 PRIA standards and 300 provisions is what we deal with to be compliant. LASD enforces a zero tolerance policy toward all forms of sexual abuse and sexual harassment in our jails. We enforce federal and state local laws pertaining to incidents of staff and inmate sexual abuse and sexual harassment. All sexual abuse and sexual harassment allegations are investigated promptly, thoroughly, and objectively. Those are words directly taken from the standard, and that's really pretty much our mantra, because we investigate any allegation that we receive from an inmate, from an outside entity such as the OIG or ACLU, or from an inmate family. All of those are investigated promptly, thoroughly, and objectively. Zero tolerance toward all forms of sexual abuse and sexual harassment. And we do that through training of not just our staff, but volunteers that come into our jails, our contractors, and also to the inmates that come into our facilities. Next slide. The Office of PRIA Compliance inspects all LASD custody facilities and patrol station jails. If you don't know, we have 18 patrol station jails across the county. To evaluate the effectiveness and accuracy of our staffing plans, we identify potential blind spots, evaluate the inmates' privacy, confirm opposite gender announcements that are being made when an opposite gender enters into a living facility. They are required to announce their presence to the inmate population. During LASD's Pria site inspections, the OPC staff evaluate and determine design flaws that may lead to sexual abuse and sexual harassment. By that, looking at potential places where sexual abuse could occur, blind spots, if you will. The OPC regularly meets with the captains of all the patrol stations and custody facilities to discuss what's observed during our inspection. The OPC has partnered with LASD's Facility Services Bureau to facilitate the installation of 136 closed-circuit television cameras in LASD's inmate processing and housing areas. Next slide. LASD's Custody and Training and Standards Bureau provides all new deputies and custody assistants with 3 hours of Pria training as part of their Academy jail operations training. The Office of Pria Compliance created and distributed a Pria training video to all sworn personnel, civilian staff, volunteers, and contractors who have contacts with inmates within any LASD facility. The Office of Pria Compliance distributed LASD's pre-education video for inmate workers to all of our patrol stations, which was one of the elements that we did in light of the audit that was done, so that the inmate workers that are assigned to our patrol stations are aware of their knowledge of Pria, because some of them had not come through the inmate reception center, and so we were making sure that they were aware of that. We created, next slide, we created new Pria signage, inmate pamphlets, and first responder cards were distributed to all our custody facilities. Pria resources were created for inmates with limited English proficiency and inmates who are deaf or visually impaired, a crucial element, realizing that every individual that we get in our custody might not understand our language. They might speak a different language. They might be disabled in many ways. So we've created ways for them to be able to get that information. The Office of Pria Compliance created specialized training for our medical personnel. One of the standards, we work with the Department of Health Services, Correctional Health Services, and we actually have an online training that can be done individually with the medical staff, realizing that they don't have a lot of time to just sit in a classroom. So we created it online so they can do it like in modules. Once a month, the LASD requires all personnel to read the Pria zero tolerance policy as part of the login. If you log on to a computer in LASD, they have the cycle of different information, and one of that is informing them about the Prison Rape Elimination Act and our zero tolerance. Next slide. Every inmate is advised that they should report allegations of sexual abuse, sexual harassment to staff. Other ways that we have it, realizing that sometimes inmates don't want to come to us as the staff. They can call on the telephone anonymously. They can call Crime Stoppers. They can tell a volunteer. They can tell a contractor, which is why we educate them. They can and they do contact the ACLU and the OIG, and then we get reports of allegations from family and friends when they've talked, with the inmates, either on the phone or during visitation. A Pria orientation video is shown to inmates to inform them of our zero tolerance policy. All allegations of sexual abuse and sexual harassment are documented in our database. Very important part that we have, not just because we want to be able to have a reporting mechanism and be able to track, but it's also information that every year we have to provide to the United States Department of Justice on the number of our allegations. Next slide, just kind of going into not too much of the weeds, but so that you understand, every allegation that we receive must be investigated. It goes back to the promptly, thoroughly, and objectively, and there are three outcomes that can be. substantiated allegation, as you see on the screen, an unsubstantiated allegation, or an unfounded allegation. So that's after the investigation is complete, that's how it's going to be determined. This next part is a crucial part, and one of the many standards is that if a investigation is deemed to be substantiated or unsubstantiated, then we conduct, including the captain, including the investigator, members of the OIG sit on this review, and it's called the Sexual Abuse Incident Review. The idea is not to reinvestigate what's already been investigated, but to look at this allegation, whether it was substantiated or unsubstantiated, to determine, was there something that we could have done, should have done to have prevented that allegation of sexual abuse. Once again, I think the key, and which I think is a wonderful aspect of the standard, is you don't just do this if it's substantiated. You do it if it's unsubstantiated. You see in the definition there, it's one that you can't determine whether it did or it did not happen. Next slide. We created the pre-allegation alert database so that we have a way to capture the allegations that we have. You see that there are 4 categories that we monitor: inmate on inmate sexual abuse, inmate on inmate sexual harassment, staff on inmate sexual abuse, and staff on inmate sexual harassment. So these are when an inmate makes the allegation, this is what they are put into the categories. Next slide. This just gives you, and this is what we put in the board report, but this gives you an idea of at that point in time, as of February 28th, the numbers of sexual abuse and sexual harassment broken down into the 4 categories. Now, these numbers, as of that date, you'll see the little disclaimer that pending cases were not included in that number. This, to me, is our key point. We've got to continue to educate our staff, our inmates, the public, that if there is an allegation, we want to know about it. That's the only way that we can do what the heart of the Prison Rape Elimination Act. When you read the law, the preamble, if you will, is to prevent, detect, respond, and monitor. Obviously, what our goal is a prevention. So the way to prevent is we want to be able to get to the inmate population for them to be comfortable in many different ways reporting when they feel that they've been sexually harassed or sexually abused, whether it's by staff or whether it's by inmates. Next slide. Little bit of what we included in the reports that I wanted to share with you. The total number of combined allegations for calendar year 2023 decreased from 154 to 95. As far as really where that came from, I think we're always going to see, depending on our inmate population, but depending on a lot of different elements, I think you're going to see our numbers constantly change. I think it would be wonderful to say that our allegations would decrease, but just my experience of my years' experience working in corrections, I think you're always going to have allegations. And frankly, as a corrections professional, I would want to see our allegations. I'd want to see our inmate population coming to us with allegations, something that we can investigate promptly, thoroughly, and objectively. Next slide. Proposed next steps, which was what we wanted to do. I think when I talked with y'all in April briefly, I shared with you that in January, we were able to have full-time sergeants that are Pria compliance managers now at Twin Towers, Men's Central Jail, CRDF, and then I've got a sergeant that covers the facilities up north, which has been crucial. But what would continue and what we've asked for, there's still another sergeant position that the board had approved and an operations assistant 2 position. So we hope that in the time to come, and we know staffing is an issue, but hopefully that we'll be able to get those additional 2 to be fully staffed as what the board approved. The other aspect that we're working on and asking for the money for would be, we realized when we did our audit that an individual that was hired before January of 2001, and there still are people in the system, they are not they are not live scanned. They were, like when I started in the business, they were fingerprinted, old style. Well, that didn't translate into the live scan. And what the beauty with the live scan is, if someone is arrested, that kicks back to us within the live scan. I mean LASD, because one of the standards call for, if you don't have that system, every 5 years, you would have to run a background check of everyone. So that's one of the things we're working on to get. Fully implementing the standardized staffing plan for all of our large facilities, which is a crucial element with that staffing plan. It's one of the standards, calls for looking at what kind of inmate population you have, where do you have your staff posted, when do you change your staff, and it's really focusing on the aspects of sexual safety. I'm wrapping up here because I know I'm running low on my time. The summary, next slide. The Sheriff's Department is steadfast in our commitment to prevent, detect, respond, and monitor. I know my staff get tired of hearing me say that phrase, and the promptly, thoroughly, and objectively, but really, as someone that's been doing Pria since 2014, I mean, that's really the crust of what we're trying to do. We want to make our jails safe from sexual harassment and sexual abuse. And the only way to do that is to prevent it. And then to also be able to detect and be able to respond. Our goal is to be compliant with all 45 custody facility the custody facility Pria standards. There are 45 for our large facilities. I think that was mentioned earlier by someone, that the reason why we started with our patrol stations was because they have 10 less standards, and we thought we could at least start with there to see where we were, which was an excellent tool with OIG as our certified auditors. So we had an idea of what we needed to fix, what we need to improve on. And then lastly, we're just going to continue to make the institutionalization of the Pria standards a department-wide priority. I think I mentioned this to y'all on back in April, but the beauty with the Pria audits is it is not just a one and done. Someone doesn't just come and audit and say, okay, good, you're fine, and then never look at it. It has to be done every 3 years, because even the people that wrote the Pria standards and wrote the audit instrument realized that this has to be a continuing effort. Here again, kind of what we are definitely, and I've confirmed this, I don't know any other place in the country, state or county, that has what we have, where there are full-time employees with the Office of Inspector General that are certified Pria auditors that can have constant communication with us, sit in on meetings when policies are looked at, when processes are done. They're right there with us. As a certified auditor, when I would go do an audit, you maybe would have 3 or 4 days physically at the location. Prior to that time, you're just looking at paperwork and policy. So I know I said a lot, probably a lot of stuff in 15 minutes.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the commissioners?
Let me just ask, there are 45 Pria standards, and I remember the last time we received a briefing on this, some of them hadn't been implemented, and I'm wondering, of the 45 Pria standards, have all of them been implemented?
Oh, certainly, no, sir. There's still of the large facilities, there's still ones that we're working on. Of the 35, I believe, I'm doing this from memory, but of the 35, with our last audit that was done by OIG of East Patrol, there were 16 of the 35 that needed to be corrected. And a lot of those were policies that were being written and then to be educated to the staff. Now, some of those are crossovers. So some of the 35 standards for patrol stations, they're also of the 45, but I can't right now tell you exactly what our numbers are, but I can tell you there's some of the ones that we're still working on to get compliant, because as large as we are, they're a very large lift.
Could you say that all 45, at least there's at least some partial compliance with all?
Oh, yes, sir. We're working toward that. There's not going to ever be a standard where we just ignore, because you can't. I mean, this is not a percentage kind of audit.
Another question, you indicated there were 136 CCTV cameras in the jail facilities. I assume you're talking about Men's Central Jail, Twin Towers, and
They were added, not a total. They were just added. That was the total.
well, thank you, because
Yeah.
I thought that was way low.
No. There's a lot more than that. Those are the ones that we were just able to, working with facilities, because once again, it's written in the standard that before any kind of cameras are put up, as the Pria coordinator, they are to get with me, so facilities. So those were just additions, not the total.
Additional cameras to cover areas that might be blind spots and.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I thank you for the presentation, and I wanted to just ask, for starters, if the case of Emmett Brock, who was arrested after being tackled by a sheriff's deputy near Downey and was taken to a station and subjected to a genital inspection in contravention of policy, and was misassigned as a transgender person, was misassigned at the station, but subjected to treatment that I think we had personnel state before this body was out of policy. Does that case raise any Pria concerns at the patrol station level? And are you aware of any follow-up based on that case and the horrible outcome in which he had to pursue a finding of factual innocence by a judge within a year of that transpiring? It received extensive coverage. Is there any Pria aspect to the oversight and follow-up that disturbing case manifests?
Well, certainly the whole idea of gender identity, is one of the elements of the Pria standard. And I can tell you with that case, when my office learned of that, working with my commander, working with the patrol stations, we created and I'd be happy to send it to you, but we created a little poster, if you will, that got placed in all of the patrol stations to make sure that everybody was aware of and then each patrol station, is my understanding. I wasn't there for the briefing, but I can tell you that we created the little poster.
Is that poster, and are any of the other signage that you indicate available in languages other than English? Are they posted in languages other than English?
For the posters, the only other language we do is Spanish. Now, other information we have where the staff can pull out off of the computer. We've got it, everything translated into the 10 languages that are represented by the county.
Are those posted? Is there, are there efforts made to make it as inclusive of people with limited English as possible?
Posted, no, but access and what our staff are trained at the patrol station where they can go and print off. If it's the pamphlet, if it's the education information, we've got all that. We have all that translated. But as far as posted, like I'm talking about with our signage posted on the walls, we just do English and Spanish.
I just also want to ask, I think we have staff in the sheriff's department, also in court settings. Did you also inspect the court holding facilities?
The courts, no, sir, because the courts do not hold someone more than 24 hours.
I see.
So the standards call for inspections are done. That's why we use the station jails if it's that's like 72 hours or less.
Okay.
So no on the courts, not. Now they have all the information. They're trained on if you have someone that's in a court holding cell and then tells a staff person that, you know, they were sexually abused or sexually harassed either there or somewhere else. We train those staff on how to document and what to do.
Are you aware of cases originating from court holding facilities?
We have had allegations that have come through our system. That's why I know.
Yeah.
That's why I know the staff are using it.
And are there any design flaws or design concerns that your inspections have yielded that you think might be worth sharing? Or are there any patterns or observations you might make about any observations of design problems in station holding facilities or their location? Best practices, worst practices, perhaps?
As I've walked around and seen our facilities, we have a lot of facilities that were built at different times, different ages. As I think, you know, the best that we can do is when we can add cameras that can capture. Once again, a camera captures it live. Nowhere in any of our facilities do you have anybody posted just watching a whole bank of cameras. But it's still there. It's able to capture things after the fact, or hopefully to prevent people know that cameras are watching. But I think as far as what we can do with all of our 18 station jails, considering that they're all built at different times, different designs, I think we just have to work with what we have and try to make best practices so that we don't have the blind spots, where we don't have staff that are, you know, not seeing the inmates. A lot of the things have already been placed that y'all probably familiar with, like Title 15, where every 30 minutes, I mean, this doesn't even have to do with Pria, it exceeds what really Pria calls for, but every 15 minutes, you know, we document that a staff person, a deputy or a correctional officer, correctional assistant is observing the inmate.
Yeah, but if they're watching video in another room and gathered around a video screen, not doing that work, does that box checking serve?
Well, I mean, and I don't want, I'm not the right one to speak on, but what I've learned in my 5 years, we've got created the scan, so there's the ability for those supervisors to just go back. If I'm responsible for going and making a check, I can't do that by just sitting down. I've got to go do my walks.
I also just want to ask about training and follow-up training, because there may be academy-based training that brings up Pria. Obviously, it's important for people to have refreshers and continuing education. Technology changes. Some of the standards and safeguards that you're talking about obviously involve iterative improvements or efforts therein. What follow-up training do you provide? How regularly is that provided? What's the standard that you've set for that follow-up
Every year, that's one of the things I mentioned about the video that we created. We're using what the Sheriff's Department has called the LMS, the Learning Management System. I think other departments in the county have it too, where a staff person can go online, can watch the video that we created. So they will be required to do that every year. That's uniform, that's civilian.
And again, just around language access and language fluency, is that provided in languages other than English? Is terminology that might be used by incarcerated people to report episodes potential to be flagged by personnel who might not speak the language, or that there might be some understanding to raise a flag if someone speaks in certain terms? I just want to get at the reality or some of the granular ways that help can be provided and that recourse can be available to people, other than, routinization and box checking.
Short answer right now, no, but is that something that we can do in the future? I don't see there's a reason why we couldn't.
Okay, are anyone else? Hans, can I, you already serve this commission so much. Can I put you on the Pria ad hoc committee?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate your questions. Can you have one of the slides, I think they're numbered differently on what we have. It's called statistical data, and it was tables with numbers. Can we put that up?
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about? It's number 10 on mine.
This one? Well, you can't. With the white?
Yeah, with the table.
Yeah, it's number 10 on mine as well.
Slide number 10. It's called statistical data. There it is.
There, yeah, that's it.
So in the past 2 years, you've been investigating allegations of staff on inmate sexual abuse and staff on inmate sexual harassment. And am I reading it correctly? So none in 2 years of any of those allegations was ever substantiated.
That's correct.
And they're almost all found to be false.
Correct.
I mean, do you think people are going to feel comfortable making complaints when they learn those statistics?
Well, I guess where I would go with being in the environment, that the key is we want the allegations to come to us no matter what. I mean, and the inmates are given the outcome of the investigation. I would like to think that the idea that if theirs wasn't founded, that it would prevent someone from giving us the information.
So is the takeaway from the 2-year statistics that no staff in the jail are sexually abusing or sexually harassing any inmates in all of LA County's facilities?
Well, I think the thing I will point to, that like why we put the little disclaimer, that this does not include pending cases, and y'all are probably aware, if there is a case that's being investigated by ICIB or IAB against a staff, it's it will take longer.
Anyone else?
Just a clarification on the inmate complaints against or allegations against staff. Are all of those allegations? I mean, there's an investigation, but I'm just wondering, are all of them audited ultimately by the OIG, or some of them? How does that audit process
They should be during the audit. An auditor would ask for, and in fact, they did audit even investigations, because we didn't have any at the 4, or at least at some of the patrol stations where they did the audits. So we gave them access to the investigations that were done at other locations. So yeah, all investigations should be investigated by an auditor during the audit.
Thank you.
Executive Director.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just had one question regarding the data that's in the chart. How long does it take for ICAB to conduct their investigations? Because this is from 2022. Is there like a time frame for them?
For any investigation, I don't know that any of us could say, because each one is a case by case. So as far as me knowing the amount of time, if there was an allegation against a staff person, and then that's investigated either through IAB or ICIB if it's criminal, I don't know that they're going to even be able to tell you what the average length of investigation is, because I think it's, in my experience in dealing with investigations, it's a case by case.
Yes, but normally there is a time frame, and there's also statute of limitations. It's something to look into.
Hopefully not longer than the statute of limitations. Dara?
Right, and then also IAB has 1 year, but the ICIB would be the statute of limitations. But I will say that our reports cover obviously our reports cover our audits, but our reports do refer to the investigations conducted by the Sheriff's Department with regard to sexual assault complaints. And there is I'm just going to say critique. We do note things that, could have been done better in our Pria reports. And as he indicated, there were no station jail ones. So we did actually look at other allegations of sexual assault and harassment.
And if I could just quickly, you did offer up sending us the commission copies of those, what you post at the station.
Sure.
I would definitely like to see that. And also, that 1 year's on internal affairs investigations, those also just got to bear in mind, that statute can be told for certain reasons. So sometimes even IAB may take in excess of a year.
Right, and they're certainly told during the criminal investigation, but there are other ways that they are told. Sometimes the department does told them for civil litigation, but sometimes the department does not told them for civil litigation.
Anyone else? I mean, I appreciate it. It just seems like this table means that in the end, everyone who makes a complaint, almost everyone is found to be making a false complaint. Unfounded. Right? That's how you translate it?
Correct.
Just so I could correct one thing, because one of my Pria coordinators told me there was one station jail sexual assault harassment allegation. So there was one, but the rest we commented on were jail facilities.
But JP, it's more than couldn't be proved, because that's unsubstantiated. Unfounded means that the finding is that it was a fake allegation, not true at all.
I think the one she's talking about, but I might be wrong, but I think the one that the auditor looked at, it was at that station jail, it was inmate on inmate, not
No,
staff
I'm
on men.
talking about this table. When my colleague was saying, well, maybe it can't be proved, but you're going further in this table. You're saying that it can be proved, and the proof is that it is a false allegation.
Correct. If you're talking about unfounded by the definition is that it did not occur.
That's what I'm saying. 33 out of 36 in 2022 were unfounded. And then in the next year, 19 out of 22 were unfounded. They were all false. Really? Is that what, I just want to make sure, is that what this information is telling us?
Correct. That is what with,
I can't imagine people would want to make a complaint. Okay, we're going to take public comment.
Chair Kennedy, we have one public comment on this item. If we can have Raquel Derfler, please stand and make your public comment.
Okay, so this presentation just showed why, once again, community believes nothing that comes out. We pretty much know when they open their mouths, they're lying, but they look you straight in the face and lie. Notice that? They'll look at you and be like, believe this unbelievable thing, like we're telling the truth. So why would a victim come forward to give their allegation to an agency that is going to find not that it was unsubstantiated, but that you're effing lying? Why would another victim of harassment or assault come forward where there's already an imbalance of power when you are an inmate and you know that that deputy custody person has the power of life and death over you? Why would you as a woman, there was a meme on Instagram, there was an actual debate that as a woman, what would I rather face, a man or a bear? And guess what won? A bear. If you are not a woman, you cannot ever understand the unease of being in a parking lot alone, walking to your car, holding your keys just so, making sure that your car door is open, come in, lock it, look around though behind you because there could be some person behind you. You as a man will never understand that fear, ever. And here we have individuals, I understand that men are assaulted as well in custody, but I'm going to assume that the majority of these are women, right? So it's actually ridiculous for this representative to say that the system works because thankfully, Commissioner Johnson's like, hey, but what about that time where civil brand commissioners were there and they saw that thing happen, the person had a noose, and we found all the other people watching porn. So he wants to say, but hey, no, it's not just a box check because people actually physically go and watch. So the commissioners were actually behind the custody person who looked into the cell, and I think there was like a QR code or something that they scanned to be like, we checked, the person's okay. So the commissioners come behind and they see, oh my gosh, there's like a noose. So did the person in custody not look, or did they just not care? Did they lie? And then of course commissioners try to find somebody, and they find men, that's right, watching porn. So what do you think that's going to happen? You'd be watching porn and then you're in a jail full of women. What do we really think is going to happen? Because let's talk about what porn is, right? It's like the degradation and the humiliation of women for the most part. So what kind of atmosphere does that make amongst custody staff, right? So like I said, once again, we in community know that every time they open their mouth, it's just a lie, and they lie straight to your face without just like nothing, like it's nothing.
Thank you. We have 2 online public comments. The first one is Michelle Infante. Michelle Infante.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. Unbelievable. The sheriff's pathetic attempt at rape data. All or most are unsubstantiated. So 21, a female.
We can't hear you, Michelle. Maybe we should try to fix Michelle and have the other.
Okay, we can't hear her, so we will come back to her. Our next public comment is from Melissa Camacho. Melissa? Melissa, you're unmuted.
Melissa Camacho with the ACLU. I really appreciate the commissioner's questions about the findings of unsubstantiation of the Pria complaints. We have consistently complained to the Sheriff's Department and to this commission about visual body cavity searches and strip searches that have resulted in allegations of sexual harassment. And being able to, say that that's a consistent complaint that we've heard over and over again, and that 0% of them have been founded or substantiated, is really calls doubt into the entire system, as others have said. The fact that ACLU even doubts the system means that the people who are incarcerated, I'm sure, doubt it even more than we do. So I appreciate the commissioner asking those questions, the commissioners asking those questions, and I think they need to be asked further to see can LASD be trusted to do effective investigations of itself if they're finding 0 substantiated accounts of sexual harassment over 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now try Michelle Infante again. Michelle Infante? Michelle, you're unmuted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, Tracy, maybe we can move on because we'll have other opportunities for public comment. Maybe we can fix.
Can you hear me?
Yes. No.
Okay,
It's-
we'll move on.
Okay.
Now, Commission?
Yes. Tracy, could you, maybe we can fix it and she'll get a chance to comment. We have other public comment coming up and we'll
Yes.
take that into account when Michelle actually is able to talk to us.
Thank you.
We don't have any unfinished business, so we're going to go on to new business because we have this hall until 1 and we have an important election to have. So it's time for us to have a change of leadership across the board in this commission. I think it's really important to change leadership every once in a while. And so I'm going to turn it over to Irma to tell us about the election and the various duties before we have comments from the candidates and vote.
Thank you. Chair Kennedy, first I want to say it's been a pleasure and a learning experience serving under your awesome leadership. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you,
Greatly
Irma.
appreciate it. Okay. Before we get started with the election process, I want to go briefly over a few of the duties of the commission chair. The chair duties generally include the following: working with the executive director and commission staff to prepare the meeting agenda to comply with the Brown Act standards and timeframes, presiding over all commission meetings by calling the meeting to order on the scheduled time, verifying the presence of a quorum, facilitating meetings by staying on track and adhering to time constraints, maintaining neutrality to facilitate a debate, restraining the members when engaged in debate within the rules of order to enforce and observe of order and decorum among the members, attendance at meetings with stakeholders, and be familiar with and conduct meetings according to Robert's Rules of Orders and or the bylaws and city ordinance. Currently, we have 2 excellent nominees for the chair position. The nominees are Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Hicks. Are there any other commissioners that want to be nominated or themselves for the chair position? Okay, hearing from our current co-chair, Hicks, he has withdrew his name. So, Commissioner Bonner, would you like to make a statement?
Yes. As I told Luis, I don't know, a month or 2 ago.
Is your microphone on, Rob?
Yeah, it's on. I guess I have to speak into it. As I told Luis a month or more ago, I mean, I said, number one, I am not seeking the role of chair. I am willing to put in the time and effort to do it for a year. My personal preference would be not to serve as chair. I've served as chair before. I was the first chair of this commission for its first 1.5 years of existence. My personal preference would be a co-vice chair or just to serve out my 3rd term as a commissioner. So I just want to make it clear. My preference would be that Jamon would be the chair. I realize he has some reasons why he cannot do that, and I respect those, Jamon, and that sort of thing. And I would hope at some point in the reasonably near future, you would be able to chair this commission. But in any event, that's my statement. Um, it is what it is. But I would be perfectly happy if somebody else on the commission stepped forward to be the chair. I wish Sean could do it again, but he actually, under the charter, he's got a legal excuse. He can't do it again because you can only serve 2 terms as chair consecutively. Okay, that's my statement.
Okay, is it possible to ask the vice chairs if they want to step up into the role of chair?
Should we, if we don't have anyone else, we have one person who's on the hook, so we don't want to dissuade him.
Right.
Should we have a vote?
Okay, so now we will move on to conduct the roll call vote to select the commissioner chair for the fiscal year of 24-25. Tracy?
Okay, I will now conduct the roll call. Chair Sean Kennedy,
This is for the vote for chair of this commission. Rob Bonner, yes.
Vice Chair Jamon R. Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
I think the record should show that Bonner abstains.
Commissioner Irma Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused. Commissioner James P. Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
We have 6 yes and 1 abstention.
I think we have a new chair. Congratulations, Rob. And thank you for stepping up to do this again. You enter with full knowledge of what you're getting into. So I think Irma, we have to conclude now. We have some vice chair.
Yes. Okay, we want to congratulate Judge Bonner. Moving on, before we continue the election process, I want to go over the duties of the commission's vice chair duties. They are assuming the role of the chair in the absence of the chair, drafting and reviewing documents and correspondence, working in collaboration with the chair, various tasks as assigned by the chair, and attendance at meetings with stakeholders. Currently, we have 3 excellent nominees for the 2 vice chair positions. The nominees are Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other commissioners that want to throw their name in the hat? Hearing none, now we will give them an opportunity to tell us about their qualifications and commitment to this position. We'll start with Commissioner Johnson.
Well, thank you. I am glad to serve in this role. This commission means a great deal to me personally, and its mission is one that is close to my heart, and the collaboration on this commission is one that I'm eager to continue and to cultivate. Presently, I have served as the chair of the Technology Ad Hoc Committee. I have also served on the Ad Hoc Committee for Quality of Life, and bring a background and a dedication to governance and understanding both the individual and shared roles of board members and commissioners in governance. which is an area of practice for mine in the nonprofit sector here in California and across the country. So those passions of mine are ones that I am eager to bring to this board and into this role. And I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues and fellow officers in the fulfillment of our core duties and to expand and to promulgate further effectiveness and impacts by this commission in the community and for the greater benefit of quality of life and trust in public service for Angelenos.
Thank you. Tracy, can we now do the roll call?
Luis.
Oh, we have to do Luis first?
Yeah.
Okay. So next we will hear from Commissioner Garcia.
So I'll just keep it short. As I looked at this second vice chair position, my goal is to fulfill the duties of this role while continuing to hold to my steadfast commitment to civilian oversight, addressing the issues impacting us here in the county. Through this, my person-centered approach, in particularly issues impacting behavioral health access and the complex clinical needs of justice-involved populations. And as a person with lived experience, I believe my role and commitment is aligned with our mission to build bridges between the department and the public and recommend solutions to advise ultimately the Board of Supervisors, the Sheriff's Department, and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, we can now do the roll call vote for Commissioner Johnson and Garcia.
Okay, we'll start with a roll call for Commissioner Johnson. Chair Sean Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jaman R. Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused, Commissioner James P. Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
That's 7 yes and 0 abstentions, 0 no's.
So it's unanimous. We have one vice chair. Now we have to do the other.
We'll now move on to Commissioner Garcia, Chair Sean Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jaman R. Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Abstain.
abstain, Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused, Commissioner James P. Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
We have 6 yes, 1 abstention, 2 abstentions.
So we have a second vice chair. I want to say, Jamon, you're off the hook. I really appreciate all your help with me, but we now have a new administration, and I wish you all the best of luck as we move forward.
Chair Kennedy will make an actual correction of that. That's 6 yes, 1 abstention, and 1 that is excused on that one.
I knew what you meant, Tracy. Okay, do we have any public comment for this item? No? Doesn't sound like it. So let's,
There's no public comments on this
Okay.
item.
I'm worried about the time. So we're going to move on to witness subpoenas because this relates to some important business. Rob, do you want to address this?
Yes. Basically, what we're doing here is we're withdrawing the previous authorization, give it to the chair to subpoena Max Fernandez And at the same time, under this motion, we're reauthorizing the chair to issue the subpoena for a date certain. And that being at our next Oversight Commission meeting, September 19th, 2024 at 9 a.m. And at that time, if this motion is carried, the chair would issue a subpoena for Max Fernandez to appear at that time and place and testify before this commission at 9 a.m. on that date. So I'll make that in form of a motion. And I would hope we could get a second for it and then just vote on it unless there are questions.
I second the motion.
Okay. I think we have to take public comment and then we'll vote.
There's no,
No public comment.
we have one that just came in online. Julie Martinez.
Yeah, it has to be on the motion.
Julie Martinez.
September 19th.
Julie Martinez, you've been unmuted. Okay, we'll come back to her.
So, and Rob, I just want to make sure you wanted you wanted a date certain. Our executive director is asking me, you wanted a subpoena with the dates. I think it would have to be a date certain.
We want a date certain, and the rationale for that is that when we authorized the last time, we didn't have a date for a special hearing.
Yeah.
We still don't have one. I would like to think that Mr. Fernandez will appear at the time and space specified, which is our next regular hearing. But if he doesn't, then we'll have to take appropriate enforcement action. But the idea is to move it along, basically.
I understand completely now. So can we have a vote, Tracy?
We'll now conduct the roll call. Chair Sean Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jamon R. Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused, Commissioner James P. Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no's, 1 excused.
Okay, so I will work with our lawyer to get that subpoena out. Next, I want to move to the reestablishment of the Pria Ad Hoc Committee. I think this is important. I mean, in light of some of the startling information that came out during the presentation. So this would reestablish the Pria Ad Hoc Committee to comply with the board's March 19th, 2024 motion. The motion requests LASD and directs the chief probation officer to provide the board with a report back on Pria compliance status in 60 days and present to the COC and the POC, which is the Probation Oversight Committee, for those who are wondering what that is, on the contents of the Pria compliance status report back within 30 days of its issuance. The motion directs the OIG, the COC, the POC to provide the board with a report back within 60 days with recommendations and proposed next steps for LASD and the probation department to achieve and maintain Pria compliance. Do we have any commissioner who wants to do a motion to approve the reestablishment of the Pria Ad Hoc Committee and for the chair to appoint commissioners to serve on this ad hoc committee for the purpose of completing this important task? The ad hoc will dissolve once the report back is submitted to the board, not to exceed a year. And Hans has made the motion. And is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, great. So we have to have public comment and then we'll vote on this.
No public comments on this item.
Okay, so can we have a vote?
I will now conduct the roll call vote. Chair Sean Kennedy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jamon R. Hicks.
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner.
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper.
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused. Commissioner James P. Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 excused.
Okay. So, Rob, I will leave the task of chairing the new Pria committee to you as the new chair. I only made my comment to Hans because his passion for the issue really showed, and I think he would be really a great member.
And I agree. And I think perhaps Patty's been very involved in this
Yes,
subject too.
he was
so I
our chair
check
of
with
the
her.
prior one.
Thank you.
Next, we have assignment of motions adopted by the Board of Supervisors to the Conditions of Confinement Ad Hoc Committee. The board has issued several motions that will be assigned to the Conditions of Confinement Ad Hoc Committee to be worked on. And these are the board's motion to draft a policy related to the maintenance and auditing of cameras in the jail, court holding tanks and station lockups. The board's motion directing the commission and departments, but not limited to Civil Brand Commission and Correctional Health Services, to provide a verbal report back to the policy presentations and closed session board meeting on July 30th, 2024, regarding the ongoing conditions in MCJ, including the availability of programming for mental health, recreational, and other resources designed to improve mental health care and well-being of those in custody, and efforts to expand mental health treatment. The next one is the motion directing the commission and the departments, including but not limited to LASD, OIG, and Civil Brand Commission, to review existing LASD policies to ensure compliance of accessibility to menstrual products in LA County jails, probation, detention facilities, lockups, and court holding tanks. The motion also directs the directs to review LASD's report back and provide the board with our own report back in writing with recommendations. And finally, there's a board motion related to fairness and equity in commissary prices for the LA County jails by requesting the LASD and directing OIG to present to the commission on the status of removing the profit markups and reducing the prices on commissary items. So do we have a commissioner who wants to do a motion to assign all of the above motions adopted by the board to the Conditions of Confinement Ad Hoc Committee?
I'll make that motion.
JP, and is there a second?
Yes.
Hans. So I guess we need another vote. A lot of votes today.
I will conduct the roll call vote. Chair Sean Kennedy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jamon R. Hicks.
Yes.
Commissioner Robert Bonner.
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper.
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused. Commissioner James P. Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
We have 7 yes, 0 no's, and 1 excused.
Thank you, Tracy. We have to assign a board motion to the Quality of Life Ad Hoc Committee, and that apparently requires a vote as well. That motion is related to addressing illegal street takeovers, sideshows, and street races, directing the commission and several agencies to provide a verbal report back to the Policy and Presentation Board meeting coming up on July 30th, 2024, regarding the report back in response to the original motion associated with the lead agency, Department of Public Health, and other entities to hold a street takeover symposium and report back to the board. Does anyone want to make that motion? I don't. I just don't, I mean, street takeovers are very important. I just don't understand what it has to do with the mission of providing meaningful oversight of LASD. Rob, you look like you're
Well,
going to.
I'm hesitating too, but apparently the board has essentially directed us to do a report back to it by a certain date, to do what? I'm not sure. Could we get that clarified a little bit? Maybe, Charmaine, as executive director, what are we supposed to do? At least what does the board want us to do?
Because we did do a report on.
I mean, we've had this issue come up over and over again, Rob.
But we did have a meeting. We did a webinar.
Yeah, and we turned them down when they asked us to vote on legislation, but go ahead.
The board is asking, or has adopted an actual motion requesting that this body provide a verbal report back to the board on July 30th. If this body can recall, back in 2023, one of your colleagues, Commissioner Irma Cooper, was the moderator of a virtual conference related to street takeovers, where there were a number of individuals from within the community that spoke as to their concerns throughout the county of Los Angeles, as far as the street takeovers occurring in their very communities. In fact, one of the individuals that spoke related to their concerns was the mayor of the city of Compton. She expressed her concerns as far as incidents occurring and the loss of lives that were occurring in the communities. This body even held a meeting in the city of Compton. We had representatives from, again, the mayor from the city of Compton attend our meeting. We had representatives from the sheriff's department speak as to the statistics as far as the number of incidents occurring, street takeovers, the number of citations that the department had issued, their collaborations with the California Highway Patrol related to trying to reduce and quell these incidents occurring within the community. This body also had a staff report that was presented, I believe it was in February of 2023, if I recall correctly, related to street takeovers, for which originally there may have been 2 recommendations in that report, and this body only adopted one of the 2 recommendations, which related to the sheriff's department developing a quarterly report related to the number of street takeover incidents occurring, and the department has been reporting back on the number of street takeover incidents occurring. They, in fact, have actually put on their website a report as far as the number of street takeovers occurring by station within the county of Los Angeles, the number of citations issued, and their collaborations with CHP. So that is some of the efforts that this body has actually had on the issue, and the Board of Supervisors shortly after issued their motion in September 2023 requesting that a number of other county operations and county departments take other efforts, one being the symposium as far as within the county of Los Angeles, and having individuals actually come together to try and reduce the number of these incidents occurring. So we now have to, again, report back before the board verbally on July 30th.
I understand. And by the way, that I didn't realize that we had done that that much in terms of street takeovers. And that was a really excellent summary. I would like, I guess, as my first act as chair-elect, maybe to ask Commissioner Cooper, since she actually has chaired a meeting on this, just if she could work with staff to maybe just update yourself a bit and be prepared to make a verbal report to it looks like it's to the Policy and Presentation Board on July 30th, 2024. I won't ask you to commit to that right now, but would you consider that? And then we can talk later.
So do we have to have a vote?
I don't think we need a motion on this. This is just an assigning to one commissioner to make the verbal report, working with the staff, I believe. Do we need a motion?
Should have a motion. So
Yeah. My suggestion is do a motion so that the COC as a whole is giving that person the authority to represent everyone.
Well, we had, and did we have a motion? Did someone move for it?
We have surgery coming up on that day.
Well, day after.
No.
Or
I mean, Rob, this, I'm on my way out, so I'm going to defer to you. This keeps coming up, and this is a very important issue. I just don't think it's an issue of oversight. And I don't know why it keeps coming before this body, because whether the sheriff should enforce criminal laws to reduce these street races, that's an excellent question for law enforcement or the board, but I just don't think we're here to do oversight of the sheriffs, and yet we keep getting asked to weigh in on street racing.
Yes, okay, and so I just heard from Irma that she's not going to be able to do it. So, at this point, I think for this issue, I totally agree with you, Sean. I mean, for this issue, we might impose on the executive director, if you could, to appear just on behalf of the commission. We can discuss what the parameters are in terms of what might be appropriately said on behalf of the commission. But we have a lot. Tracy is obviously well on top of this. She actually might be our spokesperson. We can decide that later because she seems to actually be more on top of this issue than any of us are. But in any event, I don't know. I still don't think we particularly need a motion on that. And I don't know what the motion would be. Would it be just to authorize that for the chair to authorize? Okay, I'll make the motion that the chair would designate some member of the commission or the commission staff to appear and make a verbal report on July 30th, 2024, with respect to the issue of illegal street takeovers and street races. Okay, I'll make that a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it was seconded, so I guess we'll have a vote. Or we have to have a conversation. I think we've been having a conversation. Anyone want to weigh in? I'm just very concerned that
I just want to note that there was an ancillary concern about over criminalization and overreaction on the issue of street takeovers, and that there is a request for guidance from this body, from LASD, about policy on this. So I think there is germane jurisdiction, if you will, for the commission in this area, and it would be a real shame and perhaps even a dereliction not to provide some direction to the department as it deals with policymaking and even training in this area.
I didn't realize LASD has asked us anything. I thought this is the board. Okay, do you want to take a vote? Oh, there's a comment?
Public comment.
Is there public comment? Okay.
There's no public comment on this item.
Shall we take a vote?
Michelle. Yes.
Okay, I will now conduct the roll call vote.
Too many votes.
Chair Sean Kennedy,
No.
Vice Chair Jamon R. Hicks,
Abstain.
Commissioner Robert Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Irma Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Luis S. Garcia,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins, excused. Commissioner James P. Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hans Johnson.
Yes.
We have 5 yes, 1 abstain, and 1 no. Motion pass.
Motion carries. Okay.
Goodness.
The next item is update on the strategic plan of goals and priorities. We're going to table this until our September meeting. And finally, are there any non-agenda public
You
comments?
slid over number 2. We want to just handle that real quickly. That's a dissolution of the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, JP, for reminding me. This is a long agenda.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't know how we can get through agendas this long. Irma did such a great job hosting this election that I think we no longer need this ad hoc. And so is there a motion to dissolve it?
I'll move.
Second.
It's been first and seconded. Do we need yet another vote?
Didn't we do an aye and nay on this?
It was, yeah, it was JP and Rob. Can we just do a voice vote? We don't have to go all through everyone?
It's unanimous.
Voice vote.
The powers of the chair.
So the motion is that we should dissolve the ad hoc committee that brought forth candidates and hosted the election so well. Yes.
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 Aye. Anyone against? It's unanimous. It carries.
There you go. Yes, and the chairs.
And so our final item is that we want to invite non-agenda public comments. So we're done with our agenda. Do we have any people who want to give us public comments before we adjourn?
Yes, we have 4 in-person, non-agenda. The first person is Raquel Derfler.
Very excited that we could get these comments in. So I'm here to talk about the contracts between the Sheriff's Department and school districts in LA County. So last year, the Board of Supervisors passed a motion which basically changed how the contracts were written and approved. So it gave power to the Office of Inspector General to create recommended contract language so that there was a clear guideline between what is that resource deputy there for, what can they do, what can they not do. So the Sheriff's Department did not take it seriously. So at the May 29th public cluster meeting, the Office of Inspector General denied the contracts and told the Sheriff's Department, like, go back and rework and give us language that we will accept to be put in these contracts. So there was many things that were, at issue, but I'm just going to hit on the one. So the Office of Inspector General recommended that in these contracts that the Sheriff's Department is prohibited from using chokeholds and or carotid restraints, which is in line with state law. So the Sheriff's Department came back and said that we follow all federal and state laws, but they also will ensure that the resource deputies adhere to the department's policy as it relates to compressional and positional asphyxia. So basically, you can't have it both ways, Sheriff's Department. You can't say that we follow all state and federal laws, but also we follow our manual of policy and procedures. So very quickly, I will read some key portions from the Sheriff's Department's own manual on how this works. So basically, department members will immediately cease applying body weight or pressure to a suspect's back, head, neck, chest, or torso once the suspect is restrained and other control tactics are reasonably available other than the use of pressure or body weight. Department members will make sure all reasonable efforts to ensure the suspect is not left face down in a prone position for longer than necessary to gain control. So that's not in line with state law, that you can't do that to people in community, let alone children. So I'm going to use the department's own thing that they do because they try to scare you all, talking about stabbings and shootings. Understand that under their current policy, a carotid restraint or chokehold can be applied to a 5-year-old. They want to say we would never do that, but if I don't have it in writing that you can't do that, I assure you that that may happen, and then I have nothing and community has nothing to come back and point to and say that you violated X policy, and the Sheriff's Department does that deliberately. They leave it vague, so when they go and they do their investigation, it's found within policy or there is nothing in policy that prevents them from doing said thing. Thank you.
Next public comment, Cassandra Hernandez.
As I come up here asking myself, do you even care, Luna? What is surely the point of these meetings if no changes are happening? Do you have mercy? Deputy Gangs, would you allow this if this was your loved ones? Would you let evidence be tampered with? Your detective, Sanchez from the Banditos? How convenient, huh? Would you continue to allow the autopsy to be tampered with? What are you guilty of? Even your own coroner is corrupted. Why do you continue to hold evidence if you're not guilty? What sheriff what sheriff tells a grieving family, are we going to keep it G? Are we gang members? Because I'm not. Because the only gang member I see to me in this room are deputy gangs. Are you going to continue to hold body cam footage? Why does the station only show us footage of when Francisco Nunez ran and when he was in the bushes hiding? Where did you have Francisco Nunez for 5 days? Where's the video that allegedly he got away after you handcuffed him? Because how does someone get away in handcuffs and disappear for 5 days and shows up in the same area he made contact with you? As all these questions rush, why, how, when did this become the normal? My heart is broken because your sheriff station, Deputy Gaines, kidnapped and murdered my tío, Uncle Francisco Nunez. And yeah, Luna, I will continue to ring that bell. Your system didn't think he was loved? He wouldn't be missed? You truly think us civilians are a joke? Serve and protect? Please tell me how. You think you're God? You think you can choose when to take a life? Where's your accountability? As you make Jones, Luna, to hurting families, you show me that you think this is a joke. He's not even here right now. He can't even continue to stay in the meeting. As I continue to see my family hurting, as I see his kids broken, 5 birthdays of his children missed, many family gatherings miss, Mother's Day miss, Father's Day miss. My little brother is having a baby and he will never know his uncle, a loving man, such a cherished uncle. The sadness in my heart that he will never meet my kids. Nothing will or has ever been the same. Where is our justice? Why do you continue to fail these families? Why do you continue to fail us? Where will there ever be change? You stated there has been change today. You have been working on it. How was Francisco Nunez kidnapped and murdered in March? Why do I have a family member here who's 14 and he was shot twice on July 2nd? I'm here and I'm hearing Luna say all these things, but we continue and continue to see things done. Why?
Thank you. Next, public comment is from Cindy Nunez. Thank you. Next public comment, Christopher Ng. Christopher Ng. Okay, next we'll go to online. We have Vanessa Perez. You're unmuted. Vanessa?
Hi. I want to say to the commission, thank you for posting Joseph's case file on their website. From there, there's a response letter from Holly Francisco, the Sheriff's Department, dated September 20th, 2023, about the school resource officer, Paul Sadana. And it says that he was hired because of his 2015 ethics and 2019 and whatnot. But what was he doing in 2020? You know, he was beating my son. How does that go unnoticed? And how does that go? Where was that stated at that use of force stated when he was getting hired in 2022 as a school resource officer? Why was that excluded? It just became public information about this use of force. And another thing is that they misprinted Joseph's name. He's not Joseph Anthony Perez. That's not his name. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Michelle Infante. Michelle, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, so my name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. The sheriffs made a very pathetic attempt at rape data. Almost all are unsubstantiated. In 2021, I was privy to a private case where a young female was at Southgate Casino and got into an argument with her boyfriend. One of LASD sheriff's deputies came and took information from this young girl and then came back to her room later on and sexually assaulted her. I went to the county hospital, and while I was in there, staff had some very degrading questions for her. And when they were done with the degrading questions and swabbing her mouth, they took the evidence, gave it back to the sheriff's department. So you're wondering why they're unsubstantiated. Remember Scotty, who was a deputy in 2017? He cost the county $3.9 million in settlements. You remember Paredes just last year? He sexually assaulted someone. So what we have here is information that's not complete. It says staff on inmate, and then it says inmate on inmate, but there's no staff or deputies on community while on patrol. That's what happens. What we need are individual reports from each facility at the very least are necessary for transparency and accountability. The sheriff's department has gotten up here and really put the smoke up in front of everyone. You need to remember that they make us, the community, and you, the commission, and the OIG's office, look for the evidence. They never volunteer the stuff and give it to you. So when they put up the data regarding rapes on inmate and staff on inmate, what they forget to put in there is staff or deputies on community while on patrol, because it does happen. And not only does it happen, but when someone is sexually assaulted and they go to the county hospital, the county hands over that evidence back to the murderer investigating the murder. And I wish people would think about that. It's very traumatizing for women to be sexually assaulted, then it's even more traumatizing for their stories not to be told and for them to be excluded on data. We don't have any data regarding the sexual assaults at each facility, and you should be asking the sheriff's department to be transparent and accountable for everything, not just part of what they want you to know. Community and the commission needs to know everything about what's going on regarding sexual assaults, and that's not happening. And you saw that today was a very perfect example of the sheriff's department not giving you the full picture of what their deputies are doing and what they're committing. But you can look at the county paper and look at the budget and see what the settlements are regarding those sexual assaults.
Thank you. The last public comment is from Selena Coleman. Selena, you have been unmuted. Selena? Selena, you're unmuted.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
We have an echo.
Yeah, we have an echo.
You may have something turned on in the background. Maybe you can turn off a microphone, radio, or something. Try again.
Okay.
Selena? Or no further public comments.
Thank you, Tracy. So we're going to adjourn this meeting. I want to remind the loyal followers of the commission who have been here all this time that our next regular meeting is going to be here at St. Anne's on September 19th, 2024. We will not be meeting in August. I also want to say we're going to have a conference on November 8th, 2024 on civilian oversight of law enforcement. So look for more information. We'll be pushing that out as we know more. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. We did. It took me a year to learn how to